my wife ever offers to drive you somewhere. All right, everyone. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the regular meeting of Council to order. Our clerk today will be Ms. Karen Robertson. Introduction of late items, Ms. Robertson. There is the Community Charter, Section 90, bracket 1, bracket K, yes? And I would ask for a procedural motion to proceed in camera then. I move Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to the December 4th regular meeting of Council. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk tonight will be Ms. Karen Robertson. Tonight's meeting of Council will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. The question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left for agenda items only. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question relating to an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. And we have all of Council present tonight, so no need to recognize anyone attending electronically. And the first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Robertson, we have several, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have adding to agenda item 7 under the Rise and Report section, the BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioner, the mural proposed for NAC. And we're adding to agenda item 8, which is the E-Town Hall, which is the PowerPoint presentation. Adding to agenda item 10 under the consent items, the Special Finance and Audit Committee recommendations. Adding to agenda item 12B, the 2024 Council Committee Key Date Calendar, and removing agenda item 12I, which was Warming Centre Services Expression of Interest Update.
Thank you very much. Motion for adoption of the agenda is amended. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion for adoption of the minutes is circulated. Moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Brown. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. I'm not going to bother with the Mayor's report tonight. We have a long evening with the E-Town to follow shortly. In terms of rising and reporting, I'm happy to convey the following that I'm authorized to release. That during the November 20th, 2023 in-camera council meeting, council appointed Nathan Middleton as nominated by the Architectural Institute of British Columbia to the Design Advisory Panel for a 2-year term ending 2025, November 20th, or until a successor is appointed. And in addition, I can announce that the BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioner has proposed a mural for the Nanaimo Aquatic Centre. And during our meeting on November 20th, 23, Council approved the mural commissioned by the BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioner, and that will be placed in the interior of the Nanaimo Aquatic Centre. We are now on to presentations, and that's the E-Town Hall to discuss the 2024-2028 financial plan. We are hopeful that we can commence now with no technical difficulties in sight. We will run from roughly 7 till 8:30. And during this time, other agenda items are not going to be discussed. The 2024-2028 financial plan will be introduced by Mr. Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay, our CAO, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Good evening, Council. As you mentioned, tonight is the E-Town Hall, and this is an annual event that we've been hosting for a number of years. And I think both through feedback from the community and through Council, we've heard it'd be a good idea just have a little bit of a briefing before we open up to callers and questions from the community around the budget process. So I'm going to start us off this evening, and I apologize. Council's already heard a little bit of my presentation already. Speaking of those technical difficulties we had last week, where we had some audio problems. So I'm going to quickly run through that, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mercer, who's just going to hit the highlights of the financial plan. And then hopefully close to 7:30, we'll be ready to turn it over, and we're going to have our MC run the night for us, and we'll be able to take questions from online and from people in the audience. So, Your Worship, I just want to start with a little bit of talking about, of course, we're here to talk about the 2024 to 2028 financial plan, but one of the things we often overlook maybe is many of the projects and initiatives that are already underway in 2023 and are going to be moving forward and influencing how we do work and projects that people will see on the ground in 2024. So I'm just going to take a few minutes just to cover that. Of course, in 2024, we started in June with Council adopting your strategic framework, which was intended to help Council with decision-making and actions to building a stronger and more sustainable and resilient community. As recognized within that framework and following the adoption of City Plan, Council endorsed a new integrated action plan. Now, this new approach provides for clear direction on how the City intends to further the goals of City Plan through projects, initiatives, and partnerships. And now, as demonstrated, you receive business plans from all the various departments, and as represented in those business plans, you see a correlation between the business plans and the action plans in Council's action plan, and then ultimately onto your OCP. So in each of those action plans, you received or were identified a number of notable achievements from the past year. And when you look at those in the entirety, we provide some examples of how councils move forward on a number of strategic priorities and objectives. So I'm just going to touch on a few of those here. One of the areas is new and improved infrastructure. And in 2023, you saw the completion of the new Station 1 Fire Hall. We moved forward with Phase 1 of the Westwood Lake improvements. The new artificial turf fields are now underway at Harewood Centennial Park. The Midtown Water Project is well underway, and the Midtown Gateway Project, which will influence how people move and live around the intersection of Northfield and Bowen, took further steps. And for anybody who drove here this evening, you'll also note that the Terminal Avenue upgrades are in progress. So another project, a significant project that was started in 2023. On the community investment, there's been significant ongoing private investment in the community. We have over $222 million in construction value by the end of September, and we're projecting well over 800 new units by the end of the year for permits that will be issued. So that's 800 permits for 800 new dwelling units. Notable completed projects on the private side, of course, are the Courtyard Marriott and the Hello Ferry, which is now operational. And these are two projects which have certainly been long been council priorities. Community health and safety in 2023, council supported the hiring of 20 new firefighters and 3 additional police officers that were added to support the needs of the community. Additional work in this area included the adoption of the Youth Resiliency Strategy under the Building Safer Communities Grant. We provided grants and supports for warming centers and funding for a food program for the most vulnerable in our community. Early in 2023, the city led the establishment of the Nanaimo Acute Response Table. Your Worship, this was previously referred to as the Situation Table, but the purpose of the table is to coordinate efforts of frontline staff from public health, safety, and social service sectors to identify a vulnerable population and work to connect them with the services in the community. And also, I would have to mention in this area that staff from various departments have worked collaboratively for the past number of years to address the impacts of the current mental health and addiction crisis throughout our neighborhoods and city parks. Housing affordability is a key issue for council. And in 2023, you completed a new housing needs assessment and established housing targets for the next 10 years. Of course, to no one's surprise, the need for family and affordable housing was identified as a high priority. In response to this work and the existing affordable housing strategy, Council has directed staff to initiate several amendments to both your zoning bylaws and your policies to encourage more and more affordable housing across the community. In sustainability, throughout the year, there was a number of programs and initiatives that were completed in order to assist the city in meeting its aggressive greenhouse gas reduction targets. Several grant programs were funded to support the conversion of existing buildings to cleaner, more efficient energy use and offset the cost of installing electric vehicle charging stations. New regulations were enacted to ensure the amount of carbon being produced in new construction to heat a home is reduced, and the city added new cycling and pedestrian improvements, including over 800 meters of new sidewalks throughout the community to encourage active transportation. Under community engagement, Council adopted a new neighborhood association support policy in 2022, and early in 2023, we had our first inaugural neighborhood engagement workshop. And the intent of these workshops are to hear directly from neighborhood associations of their priorities, and those priorities have now been summarized and are included as a schedule to your action plan so that they may be considered in this and in future budgets. Your Worship, the city continues on its path of truth and reconciliation with Sunamo First Nation. We did a number of cultural recognition projects in 2023, including the new welcome pole that was completed by the artist Noel Brown, which sits proudly in front of our new fire hall. There's a good picture on the slide here on the left-hand side. And the creation of new service covers to be utilized across the city by SFN artists, design studio Alalum, and artist Joel Good. And those are on the right side of the image there. If we turn our minds back to the call to action recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation. Recommendation number 57 talked about the importance of educating public servants on the history of Aboriginal peoples. And to that end, Your Worship, I can say there was a number of sessions that we had great participation from a number of SFN elders who participated in training sessions with city staff throughout the year. So, and we look forward to continuing that again in 2024. In the fall, Council received a concept plan for Tuxton, which is a mixed-use housing development achieved through partnership with Sunamo First Nation, School District 68, BC Housing, and the city. And in the Strengthening Communities initiative, we saw 12 new housing units that were constructed on reserve. Those units are now completed and occupied, and the city participated in that program. And in March, the nation hosted the Junior All-Native Basketball Tournament, with the city supporting that along with School District 68, and welcomed over 1,200 athletes to our community. In corporate management, we build on our commitment to financial sustainability. The city completed a 20-year investment plan and asset management strategy, as well as initiated a review of our development cost charge bylaw and updated our parks, rec, and culture fees and charges bylaw. Investments were made to modernize key areas to increase efficiency, improve service delivery, and including our records management, our permitting sections, finance, and in operations. Your Worship, I'm missing a slide here on advocacy, but I'm going to mention that's certainly been a key theme of Council throughout 2023, and I'm sure will continue in 2024. Thank you for whoever found the slide. These are the areas that Council's been consistent in all your meetings with the Premier, provincial ministers, and through Island Health. So this idea of housing and then fast-tracking our existing memorandum of understanding with BC Housing to move forward with additional housing needs now. Under Health First, to provide the mandate and funding to health authorities to immediately establish care facilities for those who have complex needs, and advocating for more and additional temporary emergency shelters, which are much needed in our community. Advocating for additional police resources to support and respond to the resourcing challenges and increased cost. Council has also, in addition to participating in providing a rent supplement program, has also been advocating to expand or establish a program to bridge the financial gap and to get people into the new housing that's being created. And finally, Council's been consistent and was a partner with many others in the community in advocating for the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital. Specifically the catheterization lab and the patient tower. And the awards, Your Worship, I just wanted to mention the city received a number of awards in 2023 in recognition of the leading work in the field of local government. This includes the award for outstanding achievement in popular annual financial reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association. The 2023 Gold Award of Excellence in Policy Planning from the Planning Institute of BC for our city plan. We received the International Association of Public Participation, the IAP2 Award for Visual Engagement Award for city plan. And the Public Works recently received the Public Works Association Project of the Year in recognition of the work that was done in Bowen Park for the trail and utility upgrades. And just looking forward a bit, Your Worship, in terms of this next financial plan and projects that people can expect to see in our community. There's certainly new improvements that are scheduled for the Stadium District, including new bleachers. We have the next phase of Westwood Lake, which is coming on, which is the actual work along the beach, which I think people are excited about. We have the Commercial Street project, which we expect to see initiated in the fall of 2024. The Transit Exchange program, the Transit Exchange being built in the downtown. We have been having discussions about new outdoor courts, add additional court capacity in the community. And we're going to see the next phase is completed on the Midtown Gateway and on the water extension program. There's also a number of programs, Your Worship, that I think we'll work closely with in Council in 2024 and beyond to move forward, including seeking Council's direction with respect to the South End Rec Center, the waterfront walkway, and the future need for an RCMP expansion. Your Worship, that's the end of my presentation, and hopefully I left enough time for Ms. Mercer to go through hers. So unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over to Ms. Mercer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay. Ms. Mercer, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, everyone. So, I need thank you. So just a little bit about the financial plan development. So the draft budget preparation starts in February of each year when staff starts working on updating their 10-year project plans. This work continues into June, at which time the financial planning team determines what can be funded. So if there are funding shortfalls, the plans go back to the departments to adjust their timelines to work within the funding available. In June of this year, staff came to council seeking direction for what you would like to see in the 2024 to 2028 financial plan, and after that, staff began working on their operating budgets. So just a little bit about the budget process is that each year staff must build their budgets from scratch. So they start with approved wages and benefits, and then they build their budgets line by line from there. And each manager must justify the need for each line in their budget. So this helps to keep costs low, but it also ensures that they're adequately resourced to carry out their work plans. So once the project and operating budgets are completed, the financial plan team provides the initial results to the senior leadership team, and further discussion is held at that point, and business cases are evaluated for inclusion. So as a result of all of that work, we're here today to present the 2024 to 2028 draft financial plan. So I'll go through a bit quickly the details of what is included in the plan. So at the December 1st special Finance and Audit Committee meeting, staff presented the tax increase as 6.6%. And this was a combination of a 1% increase for asset management and 5.6% for a general property tax increase. The committee then reviewed all of the decision points for inclusion into the financial plan, and based on those decisions made at the meeting, the estimated tax increase is now 8%. So the finance staff is busy working on updating the provisional budget with those changes, and therefore the updated numbers are not included in the presentation tonight. So I'll go through the drivers of the majority of this increase in a few slides. So the projected user fee increases. So a 4% increase was recommended. The recommended increase for the sewer user fees in the utility rate review that was presented in 2022. This represents a 2% operating increase as well as a 2% increase for asset management. The water fee, user fee is recommended to have an increase of 6%, and this is 4% for an operating increase, as well as a 2% increase for asset management. The annual sanitation user fee is projected to increase by 3.2% in 2024, and the main drivers of this increase are the negotiated QP contract increase of 4%, impacted wage costs, and the cost of tipping fees and cart replacements have incrementally increased as well. This slide gives graphical representation of the increases over the last 5 years for property taxes, and the 10-year average is 3.3%. This slide shows how Nanaimo sits in comparison to other like-sized municipalities and neighboring communities in regards to property taxes on a single-family dwelling property. And what we continue to see is that Nanaimo is sitting in the middle of the group. So I'll now go through the impact on a typical home in Nanaimo, and this is still at a 6.6% increase. But I would like to point out that this only represents the impact on the city portion of taxes. It does not include taxes collected for other governments, so that's the regional district, school, and hospital taxes as well. So we receive other government tax levies in the spring, and at that time we will disclose the total impact to a typical house when we present the final budgets. We do not have that levy information at this time. So based on an assessed value of $808,873, a typical homeowner would pay a total of $2,821 in property taxes in 2024. This represents a $174 increase over 2023, and that equates to a 6.6% increase. Water fees would go up $28 based on average seasonal usage. Sewer fees would increase by $6, and sanitation fees would increase by $7. So the overall increase in the draft budget is $215 for the city portion of taxes and user fees. So the $2,821 collected in property taxes would be spent as follows. $2,306 pays for city services, and these provide services that make Nanaimo a desirable place to live, and those things include things such as trail maintenance, pool and arena operations, snow removal, and police and fire services, to name a few. It does not include water and sewer services, as those are collected through user fees. $43 funds the 2024 debt, and this represents repayment on 3 debt borrowings. $297 funds reserve contributions, so this includes the contributions to asset management reserves, as well as equipment depreciation, to name a couple. And these help to fund the replacements of assets when they're at end of life. So this helps, reserves help to smooth out the increase so we don't see large spikes in the tax rates when replacement is needed. And finally, we have $175 that funds the 2024 project plan. So when we look at how the $2,306 for city services is broken down by department, you will get the following. $609 funds the RCMP, $426 funds Parks, Recreation, and Culture operations, $367 funds the Nanaimo Fire Rescue, 911 operations, and emergency management, $315 funds corporate services, which includes costs for finance, IT, police support services, committed contingency grants and aids, and corporate insurance. $262 funds engineering and public works, and again, this does not include sewer, water, and most sanitation costs, as they are funded through user fees. $140 funds the operation for development services, that now includes the Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization. And $118 funds the city administrative function, that includes the CAO's office, legal expenses, legislative services and council, as well as human resources. $35 funds the corporate and business services department, and this includes the real estate, economic development, as well as the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation and the Tourism Nanaimo Society. $22 funds the Port of Nanaimo Center, which includes the conference center here. And finally, $12 funds the corporate facility operations. So if you broke this cost down further, it would be approximately $6.32 per day. So $248.5 million provides funding for annual operating and maintenance, projects, and contributions to infrastructure renewal reserves. So this excludes new borrowing and transfers to reserve that help fund expenditures, as these are not considered revenues, but rather funding sources. And our largest revenue source is taxation at 61.6%. The 2024 operating expenditure budget is $197.2 million, and this covers all annual operating and maintenance costs that deliver day-to-day city services. What is not included here are project costs, as well as the Vancouver Island Regional Library, as that is considered a collection for other governments. And the RCMP is the largest budget line item and represents 17.8% of the total expenditures. The next two slides detail the budget drivers in 2024, and the ones we've highlighted are amounts that are over six figures. So $121,000 is needed for the 911 services, and this driver is a result of increases to the ECOM and fire dispatch contracts. And adding to this is a decrease in reserve funding. So to help smooth out the impact of moving to the Surrey Fire Dispatch, the 911 Reserve Fund has been used to offset some of the costs. Approximately 1% of taxes are used to fund asset management reserves, and this has resulted in an increase of $1,374,000. Operating agreements relating to cultural grants increased by $101,000, and this relates to the increases of 3 operating grants. So the Nanaimo Art Gallery, the Port Theatre, and Nanaimo Museum all saw increases to their operating grants in 2024. $107,000 was added for an ethics commissioner, and this covers the costs associated with compliant and investigation processing. A $267,000 decrease relates to electoral approval. So costs associated for a referendum on borrowing for major capital projects was budgeted in 2023 as a one-time expense. So any unused funds from 2023 will be carried forwarded to 2024 to cover the cost of a referendum if needed. So as it was a one-time cost, the need drops off in 2024. $116,000 is needed for garbage collection, and the increase relates to 2 main items. So the cost of disposing of street sweeping and catch basin materials has increased as the city now has to dispose of these at the landfill due to needle contamination. As field, parks, and stadium districts have seen increased use, garbage collection for parks operation has increased as well. The city insurance policies costs are anticipated to increase by $193,000 in 2024. And the IT consulting budget will increase by $146,000. And the largest drivers of this increase relate to 2 items. So the first is cybersecurity consulting. So cybersecurity used to be included as in the project budget, but it has now become part of the base IT operating budget. And with the implementation of a new permitting software, there are additional costs for annual maintenance. Park operations landscaping has increased by $226,000, and the bulk of this relates to stand and invasive species management costs that were previously budgeted as projects, but they are now part of parks-based operations. As well, the watering and landscaping of city-owned trees is also expected to increase. $164,000 for management consulting has been increased, and the largest driver of this increase was the addition of a budget to fund a consultant to aid in contract negotiations. Annual project funding from general revenue will increase by $426,000 to help keep pace with inflation and project cost increases. The RCMP contract is expected to increase by $3,847,000, and this increase includes a general annual contract increase, 3 additional members for 2024 with an April 1st start, full year budget costing for 3 new members added in 2023, and as well, this is based on budgeting at 95% of the city's portion of the contract, and that's up from 92% budgeted in 2023. The budget has been increased by $100,000 for the snow and ice control budget, and that budget hasn't been increased since 2021. Heating utility costs are increasing by $176,000, and the bulk of this increase relates to hydro. And our last item here is wages and benefits, and that is anticipated to increase by $5,381,000 $1,000. And the drivers of this include the QP contract that was settled in 2023 and the 4% increase that was allocated to 2024, along with the same increase for management staff. With the contract for IAFF having expired at the end of 2022, a contingency has been included in the budget to estimate a future settlement. Full year costing of 31 positions added in 2023 is borne in 2024, and this includes 20 new firefighters, 4 police service support positions, and 7 positions for the remaining departments of the city. There were three positions starting in 2024 that were approved in previous year financial plans, and this includes 2 police support service positions, as well as 1 part-time recreation and culture assistant coordinator. And finally, there were 2 additional workdays in 2024 to budget for. So 2024 is a leap year, and there was an additional workday in the calendar year. Building permit revenue is anticipated to increase by $165,000 in 2024. So we anticipate that growth will continue, and a conservative approach was taken, and the budget was updated to reflect the 3-year average of building permit revenues. With interest rates rising, the city has been able to secure better rates on investments, and this resulted in an additional $2 million being anticipated in income. The transfer from Special Initiatives Reserve of $300,000 was used to reduce taxes in 2024, so you'll see a reduction needed there. And the $535,000 in other changes represents the culmination of all the net changes with less than a 6-figure change. And our last item is growth, and we budget a conservative estimate of $1.2 million for growth, and this offsets some of the cost increases. And we will adjust this for final once we get the actual growth numbers. So all of these items add up to a need for an additional $9,081,000, which equates into a 6.6 property tax increase. So I'll touch on just a few debt items. So as at December 31st, 2022, the city had $41.3 million in outstanding external debt, and this slide lists them all in detail. So new debt in 2023, we anticipated some property purchases in 2023 to be funded from short-term borrowing. However, at this time, it is not anticipated to occur until 2024. There is borrowing for 3 new garbage trucks in 2023, with debt repayment being funded through sanitation user fees. And the sewer DCC project for the Millstone Trunk South project is currently underway, and internal borrowing is scheduled to fund that project. So the only new debt currently in the 2024 to 2028 financial plan is for the DCC sewer project for the Hammond Bay and Turner Road area, and external borrowing is expected to be needed to fund that project. Under legislation, the city cannot borrow beyond its allowable limits, and based on the city's 2022 financial statements, the annual debt servicing limit is $51.7 million. So this means that the city can have a maximum of $51.7 million in annual principal and interest payments. So currently, the city is at 13.5% of the $51.7 million total limit. So for 2023, this equates to approximately $7 million in interest and principal payments. When we compare ourselves to similar sized and local communities, Nanaimo is sitting in the middle of the pack with regards to our debt servicing limit. So some have more debt and some have less. So the last couple of slides are on reserve. So the city has 2 types of reserves. We have operating reserves, which are usually created through an allocation of surplus, and we have statutory reserves that are created through a bylaw. So the reserve policy that Council adopted in 2019 sorts the city's reserves into categories outlined in the reserve framework based on their purpose. I won't touch on each of the framework groups listed here, but if the public wanted more detail on the city's reserves, they can view the reserve policy on the city's website. So for 2024, the expected closing balance for reserves is $145.6 million once the growing community fund allocations were accounted for. While this might sound like an enormous amount of money, the vast majority of it is accounted for by plans and regulations. So some things to keep in mind when you are looking at reserves. The city has more than $4.8 billion in assets to maintain, and these reserves are there to fund replacement when assets are at the end of their life. And these reserves help to smooth out tax increases so we don't see large spikes when replacement is needed. Also, 36% of the total reserve balance is made up of DCC reserves, and these funds can only be used for projects listed in the DCC bylaw. So a third of your reserves you can't touch unless they're in. There are some reserves that have unallocated funds in them, but the amount of these funds are very limited.
Can you turn that off, Councillor Gesselbrock? Thank you.
That's okay. Staff look at long-term planning for project funding and use reserves to fund a 10-year project plan, not just a 5-year plan. So if the farther out you go in the 10-year plan, the less accurate costing estimates are. So flexibility in the reserves are needed to adjust funding as costing changes, as well as unexpected projects that may arise due to an emergency. And that brings me to the end of the presentation, and I will now hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mercer. Not seeing any questions from council. Ms. Robertson, I believe we have a video now. Is that correct?
That's right. We do have a 5-minute video that's entitled Budget and Funding for 2024 to 2028.
Thank you.
From a small personal budget to a huge corporate budget that requires a team to manage, budgets of all sizes exist to create healthy, priority-first spending. It's about controlling where money is spent instead of wondering where it went. But reading between the item lines, a budget is also a reflection of values. Nanaimo City Council follows a strategic framework inspired by the public's feedback during the Reimagine Nanaimo engagement process. City Plan, Nanaimo Reimagined, divides the community's priorities into 5 city goals. All of the city's services and capital projects are guided by these values and reflected in the financial plan. A green Nanaimo is all about creating resilient and regenerative ecosystems and aims to reduce the impacts of climate change while reducing the greenhouse gases that contribute to it. A great example of this is the Midtown Gateway project at the corner of Northfield and Bowen Road.
The Midtown Gateway project will transform an area that was impacted by past industrial activity into a revitalized neighborhood gateway. So once the project is fully completed, it will include, among other things, a restored wetland that was impacted by past coal mining activity and create a public nature area that includes walking trails as well as serve as a detention pond during storm activity. As there are many components to a project like this, there are also many funding components. So we use a combination of reserves such as asset management reserves, development cost charges, strategic infrastructure reserves, as well as recoveries and possible grants.
From walking, cycling, and driving on our network of roads to the recreational trails that connect us to nature, a connected Nanaimo is all about how we move within and throughout our city. Recently, the city began planning street and corridor projects with a lens on multiple modes of transportation.
Funding for complete street projects come from many different sources. Asset management reserves can be used to fund the renewal of existing infrastructure. The Community Works Fund can be used to fund new infrastructure. Water and sewer reserves will be used to fund the water and sewer components of the project. Often there are provincial and federal government grants available to help fund these projects, and this allows us to keep our reserve balances available to fund projects in the future.
Safety and health has to be a priority in every city, and it's certainly been top of mind in Nanaimo in recent years. From affordable housing to community safety to the benefits of recreation, there are a lot of priorities in building a healthy community. As a career fire department, Nanaimo Fire Rescue is a crucial part of the city's budgeting.
So the city has undergone significant growth over the past years, and the demand on the fire services has increased as well. A 10-year fire master plan was created in 2022, and one of the key recommendations was to add additional firefighters. The majority of staffing, including fire, is funded from property taxation.
As an empowered Nanaimo, reconciliation, representation, and inclusion are key to creating a community that's culturally strong. Another important element in empowering our community is arts and culture.
Arts and culture enrich our lives by providing enjoyment and appreciation of all creative endeavors. They also bring together diverse networks of people and provide an opportunity for intercultural and intergenerational understanding. The city has several annual operating budgets that relate to arts and culture. For example, there are budgets for public art, concerts in the park, the Street Banner program, events for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, downtown events grants. As well, we have operating grants for the Port Theatre Society, the Nanaimo Art Gallery, and the Nanaimo Museum. Sometimes art is incorporated into large capital projects as well. And an example of this is the totem pole installation at Fire Station Number 1.
And finally, for Nanaimo to continue forward as a prosperous community, we need to build upon the values that make us resilient and make our economy thrive.
The city works closely with the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation and Tourism Nanaimo and provides funding through an operating grant each year. These organizations work with the community, local agencies, organizations, and businesses to help strengthen our local economy.
It takes a lot to budget for a city that's 100,000 people strong and growing. To learn more about the city's financial planning, visit www.nanaimo.ca.
Very good, thank you. Before I turn this over to Mr. Botwright for this evening's E-Town Hall meeting, just a couple of housekeeping items. 1 hour is allotted for the E-Town Hall, although Council has the discretion to extend an extra 30 minutes. The subject for this E-Town Hall is the 2024 budget, so please keep your questions limited to this subject. If you have questions regarding other subjects that are covered on tonight's agenda, you may sign up for question period as I indicated at the start of the meeting on the question period sheet over by the double doors to my left. All questions that are sent in virtually are moderated for length, clarity, and to make sure they are about the budget. To ensure all trending topics are covered and as many questions are asked as possible, questions that are similar in nature will be compiled into 1 or 2 questions. With respect to asking questions in person here in the gallery tonight, it will be on a first-come, first-served basis. To give everyone a chance in the gallery to ask a question, we will only be fielding 1 question per person at the mic. You will have 1 minute to ask your question, so please be concise and brief, and I will time, and I will be relatively ruthless if we have a number of people who want to ask questions. It's not fair to those who wouldn't want that opportunity. If you have more than 1 question, please give others in the gallery the opportunity to ask a question before you ask another. And of course, as is obvious, let's keep the discourse civil. And with that, Mr. Reid Botwright is our Senior Applications Analyst, and he's going to be our host tonight. Mr. Botwright, please.
There we go. All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for coming out here. Apologies, I don't have a mobile mic, so I can't do the game show host for everyone here. But if you've ever been to an E-Town Hall, the mayor has given us a great overview of what to expect here. I will be mixing it up between the people at the mic and these questions that have come in. The E in E-Town Hall is electronic, so we're taking them via Twitter or X. Use the hashtag NanaiMoTH. That will get to our staff who are monitoring Twitter to add to the list. We're also taking questions in via Facebook on our Facebook page. And also you can go to nanaimo.ca/go-to/eTownHall, and that will have a link for filling out a form to submit your questions as well. So what I'll do first is I'll ask that anyone who has... I can be a game show host. I'll ask that anyone who would like to come up to the mic to maybe start filling up some of the seats in the front so that I can call upon those people and kind of know a queue of who is here first. And we've got a ready volunteer already. So I'll ask that everyone who would like to ask a question go up to the podium, make sure that the mic is on, and try to convey your question in the minute that we allow. Let's begin.
Mr. Manners, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Manners. I live on Applecross Road. I do have more than one set of questions, so I will do my first set, and if time allows, do my next ones. The first one is regarding the asset management plan. Our asset management plan, I believe, has, don't mind me looking at my information here so I give the right figures, $2.6 billion over the next 20 years. We currently have strategies for $1.6 billion, which leaves a shortfall of $1 billion. And that $1 billion is what the 1% is for. We've had that 1% for quite a few years. Initially, I believed it was going to be for 5 years. And once that 5 years was up, it became another 5. And we just keep going and going. So within the last dozen years, we saw a few million dollars budgeted towards building a new Departure Bay Activity Center. That money was passed by council. As everybody is aware, the Departure Bay Activity Center had a fire.
Mr. Manners, you're nearly at a minute now. Is there a question in here, please?
Yes, my question is, have we received insurance money for Departure Bay Activity Center? And if yes, do we still have the money that was initially put aside for that in our budget?
Thank you very much. I think I can answer that and say we did receive insurance proceeds, and we still have the money, Ms. Mercer, correct?
And we still have the money from a dozen years ago? Is that in asset management?
Ms. Mercer.
Through your worship, we have put the insurance money aside, and that will be kept in, I can't remember if it's a reserve or a trust fund. And the asset management, we don't necessarily keep accounts for every single asset. It's more of a lump. So there are funds in there that relate to that project or that building. So that's not, we don't specifically tag money to individual projects until they come up for renewal. So there is money there. Whether it's enough for a brand new full building, that's something that would have to be looked at.
Okay, and then my second question relating to asset management is, as
Mr.
staff
Manners,
or council considered a 2%?
Sorry, one question at a time, if there are
Okay,
others.
thank you.
But I will say, and I think I know where you may be going with this, there are some challenges with the Departure Bay Activity Center site that be happy to discuss at length with you. Mr. Rartwright, we have someone online, I assume, or a Twitter
Yes,
question or whatever?
One comes in from the internet. This questioner asks, I noted that the 2024 revenue statements show 3.9% increase from investments. What are the investment rates of return on our investments, and what are the interest rates which we must pay on our borrowing? How do the differentials in these rates affect our approach to city budget?
Thank you very much. I'll let Ms. Mercer answer that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the average interest rate received in 2023 on our investments is about 6%. We've been lucky to get some good rates on our investments. And the most recent borrowing interest rate that we have is 4.78%. And that's the latest update on that is from November 27th. So reserves are used to mitigate risks and for equipment and infrastructure investment, as well as for strategic initiatives. So the city always tries to fund from internal sources first, but with very large projects, it isn't always feasible given the competing, projects competing for funding. And borrowing is also provides intergenerational equity. So residents today aren't paying for the whole project. It is spread over usually 20 years. And so that borrowing is spread over 20 years, over 2 generations. Yeah.
As a matter of interest, for instance, the borrowing for the very center that we're in is approaching its end of life and will be paid off in 2027. Anyone else for the mic?
I also have a portable mic if anyone has any accessibility concerns or they're just stuck in the middle of a row. Please.
Question on the budget, up to the mic, please.
Evening, because if it was good, we would have a ceasefire in Gaza. The report.
Can you let the person
report,
at the mic ask the question, please, first? I'll determine whether or not it's relevant to the budget, but thank you.
The report mentioned projects in regards to truth and reconciliation. Do you believe that such projects being added to the budget are performative when some of the council and mayor are ignoring current issues with similar histories brought up by people and voters that they represent?
Sorry, but I couldn't actually hear you, so can someone repeat the question to me?
Reconciliation to other groups. Their mayor and some of us didn't sign a letter.
We are not going to deal with the issue of the letter signed by some members of council and other municipal politicians, all right?
I didn't.
Thank you,
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask anything. I didn't say a letter. I said, do you believe that projects in regards to truth and reconciliation that are in the budget plan are performative when some the people that you represent and voters have brought up similar current issues that are happening right now in the world?
The budgetary items that relate to reconciliation as sanctioned and approved by the province with the approval of UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Persons. That does not relate to every group in this community. It does not relate to every ethnicity. It relates specifically to the fact that this province, in the majority, is not covered by treaties and recognition of constitutional rights, and as I say, provincial legislation passed accordingly.
Do you think that answered the question?
I'm sorry, one question to go. Mr. Bartright, someone else on the line? If we're going to alternate, I assume?
We do have some more online. We've got plenty online. So we'll take the next one as a general question. When is the connection between Lawler Street and Chase River Fire Hall going to be started/completed?
Now, that's a wonderfully technical question that Mr. Sims, the General Manager of Public Works, is anxious to answer or not be able to answer, as the case may be.
Thanks, Your Worship. This is a long-standing project, and it's a priority not only for the community but for the city. It's known as a development cost charge project, so we need to accumulate funds in the development cost charge reserve towards roads projects, specifically this one. This is an excellent project. It'll support the vision of city plan in a transit hub for the Chase River Town Center. It'll also support the growth and development of the town center. At this point in time, it's not in the 5-year plan, and it really, the timing of it is going to depend heavily on the pressures and growth that we see, the ability to acquire the properties and the land to build the road, and as well as, of course, the number one is funding. And so as funding is available, then that project and other high priority roads projects can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to ask a question about the budget?
I'm amongst all the numbers that were being flying out there. Wages 5 million and something. Is that an increase? New? What were they last year?
That is the overall wage increase for the city employees in total. Ms. Mercer, correct? Councillor Hemmons wishes to offer. No. And that's largely pursuant to the contract with our unionized members, correct?
Through your worship. So the drivers of that are the QP contract settlement and a contingency for IAFF contract settlement, as well as full year costing for 31 positions that were added last year, and that included the 20 new firefighters. And we had 3 new positions that will start in 2024 that were approved in previous plans. And then we had 2 additional days to budget for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Botright.
Thank you. We're going to take another one from the internet. Why is the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation being funded by taxpayers when their presentation to council shows no direct measurable benefit to date, and there are no measurable goals in their business plan for 2024 for taxpayers to assess the benefits they are receiving for their tax dollars?
I'm happy to let staff answer this as well, or any other members of council, but I think I can safely say it's because it's in its first year. It hasn't started yet. It's rather like asking your 1-year-old or 6-month-old to talk. That's not going to happen for a while, and I think that sort of summarizes the answer, but I'd be happy to hear from other members of council. Mr. Lindsay, wish to add anything? Anyone? It's budgeted for. It's rather like asking why the bridge isn't functioning when you haven't built it, but you've budgeted for it.
I'll speak, Your Worship.
Councillor Thorpe.
Well, thanks, Your Worship. I'll just add that personally, I'm a supporter of the Prosperity Corporation. Since the folding of Nanaimo Economic Development Corporation, 8 years ago, we have been lacking a concerted effort to focus on economic development in our city, despite the efforts of our one staff member, Ms. Manhas, who does an excellent job. Economic prosperity means attracting money to our city, attracting businesses to our city, and it's not going to happen overnight. We've just barely gotten this organization off the ground, and I am willing to certainly give it a chance to prove itself and see what it can do for our community in terms of attracting business, attracting economic prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to ask a question about the budget?
We got one here, and he gets to test out the mobile mic.
Thank you. A quick question, a follow-up to my previous. Has council or staff considered a 2% increase to asset management so that we don't have to keep paying it forever?
It's an interesting question, Mr. Manners. I think Mr. Sims wants to say something, but and other communities would consider more, but keep in mind that the 1% that we annually increase taxes is built into the budget. We start with that without question. So you're going to see a 1% increase annually. I don't know, it may in fact be good public policy in the long run, but I'm not sure that the public would be supportive. Mr. Sims.
Thanks, Your Worship. That's great. The more funding we can get for our existing infrastructure, the better. I think with prices having skyrocketed in the last little while, we're really challenged to keep up with making sure our aging infrastructures doesn't deteriorate further. Mr. Manners pointed out that over the next 20 years, we need to make up $1 billion in funding. Sounds like a lot, but I think the plan is in place, and as long as we can kind of keep chunking away on it. So the 1% increase in funding to reserves, it's good to know that that is cumulative. So if we increase it $1.2 or $1.3 million per year, that's an additional amount that gets put aside for asset management. And asset management's a great term, but it's really about making sure that all of the facilities, the infrastructure that the city owns, Mr. Manager just pointed it out, $4.8 billion in assets that we own, and that delivers services to the community. Everything from water to sewer to fire to police to garbage to recreational facilities, parks and trails, and I could go on, but that's where the money goes, is to make sure that that's not deteriorating. We cannot afford to let those things backslide. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Brown wishes to supplement that answer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Worship, and a great question. Thanks, Bill, for that. One of the challenges that municipalities continually had is the fiscal framework in which we operate in, largely dependent on property taxation. There's been a few references to development cost charges, and that is money taken in through development to pay for some of the pressures of growth. But that has been very limited in terms of the provincial legislation. Thankfully, there's been a whole host of changes introduced by the province recently. Whether some are good or some are bad, that's a whole different conversation. However, one of the, I think, important elements, and that's resulting from a lot of advocacy work over decades now by municipalities and regional districts across the province, is an expansion of those DCC powers to include other facilities. So, for example, fire halls is never something that you can typically, we're able to take a DCC for. So that the burden of that growth ultimately is, say fire station number 5 would have fallen to existing, the existing tax base. Now through some of those changes, whether it's fire halls or recreational or cultural facilities, the pressures that are received by growth, municipalities will also be able to adopt sort of expanded DCC provisions to be able to collect for some of those pressures. So while I think you raise an interesting point, we are seeing the emergence of a slight change to the fiscal framework that might make always having to or be largely dependent upon regular property taxation shift a little bit to be able to account for it better through some of those pressures of growth. So some new tools that hopefully we can put to good use. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gesselbrock, and then Councillor Perino as well on this.
Thank you. I just think another important point is that, we do have this large infrastructure deficit of trying to, when we have to replace, our sewers and our roads and that. And I think what our official community plan is trying to do is build a city that's not so expensive to maintain. And that's why we're focusing on and building density. And I think that's a large part of helping deal with this deficit is let's not build more things that are just going to be more and more expensive to replace down the line. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Manners. It's a great question because the truth is we have over 90 square miles in Nanaimo. Sorry, 90 miles. Oh, that shows you my age. Definitely kilometers. And it's a huge city when you think of what we have to do to take care of it. But in fact, our revenues, over 60% of our revenues come in through property taxes. And a 1% property tax only comes to just less than 1.4 million. So it doesn't do very much when you consider how large the city is and the work that we have to do. The problem is that yes, 2% would be better, but just to keep this city going, taxation to that level would just be so difficult on the public, and that's why we try to keep it to 1%. Great question.
Thank you. Mr. Bartright?
Anyone else from the...
Sir?
Do you want the mic, or do you want to come? Okay, I'll bring the mic to you. Testing.
I'll test too. Good evening. I was wondering what part of the city budget is funneled towards SOGI education in the schools in Nanaimo.
I can answer that very quickly, sir.
Thank you.
No portion of the city's budget pays for anything related to the school board. That is separate taxation that's covered in school taxes and shows as a separate item on your tax bill when you get it.
That was a good one. So we'll, anyone else from the audience?
Good evening.
Well, you know where I'm coming from. You know me for a while, Leonard. I listened to this a lot. I've been here in the city for a long time, and you got the most beautiful city downtown that one could ever ask for. You sit and talk about density. Well, you wouldn't allow density downtown when Corcoran is around, no high rises, Gordon Fuller running around, no high rises, no high rises. It's exactly what downtown needs is density. You need density all along Stewart Avenue. I fought and fought for density on Stewart Avenue. 4 stories, 4 stories. You've got piece along Stewart Avenue that's the most beautiful piece probably that is yet to be developed, that could be a beautiful walking area, and you guys all know that. You need density, but you're gonna fight the residents to get it. But you gotta have it, because what you ended up doing was having all these infrastructure costs when you blew north. And everything went north, and all that infrastructure costs for going north, nobody cared anymore about downtown. Lots of studies were done about density, and now look at downtown, struggling to survive. Just my points.
Not a question in there that I detected.
We have another from the gallery. Testing.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I was just wondering, since you're implementing a WEF and a UN strategic plan and donut economic system, how much money are they putting into the city?
All right. What's that old phrase? Did Nixon use it? Let me be perfectly clear. The World Economic Forum has no relationship with the City of Nanaimo, does not fund the City of Nanaimo. None of us received campaign donations from the World Economic Forum or any of its members. Mr. Schwab, who seems to get a great deal of notoriety, is not on my email list, nor on the email list of anybody. I don't wish to be sarcastic, but quite candidly, the concept that this city and its council is somehow responding to the, the politest thing I can say is exaggerated garbage. Yeah, I'm not going to be polite. The exaggerated garbage that is out there in many social media circuses is just silly. I'm sorry, ma'am. I appreciate you asking the question, but no, we are not getting any funding from the World Economic Forum. We'll not be receiving any money from the World Economic Forum. The revenue this city enjoys comes from good folks like you who pay your taxes or pay to go to the pool or whatever you do that provides the revenue to the city. And I think I'll leave it at that, or I may say something that'll embarrass myself and members of council.
So why
Thank you.
Did you lie to me about the smart cameras and try and tell me they were just for censoring? There was an article in the newspaper that clearly stated they were smart cameras, so I just wonder why there were so many lies and the runarounds given to me about them.
Councillor Armstrong?
I'll take it. It's actually, maybe Mr. Sims, you can explain. It's actually used for gathering information for our public works and engineer department. They're in every.
Used for facial recognition.
No, it's not being. It's trust me. As a former police officer, I really wish there could have been facial recognition. There's none. It's not there.
But it can be implemented through those cameras.
Do you think the privacy laws of Canada would allow that? Right now, they certainly don't. But I'm going to turn to Mr. Sims, who can answer your question better for the lights.
Your Worship, I can speak to the.
Thank you.
While we call the equipment mounted on top of traffic signals cameras, they're in fact simply sensors. They're smart sensors, yes, they can recognize the type of vehicle, they can recognize a pedestrian. There's no data shared or stored into any, it's not reading, it just tells you it's a car, a pickup truck, or a bus, or a pedestrian or a cyclist. That information is gathered, just the counts really, and that's gathered and helps us inform not only the operation of signals, it allows pedestrians to trigger a walk signal as they approach the intersection, it allows somebody to trigger a left turn as they approach the intersection. And we can collect and understand the volume of traffic going through intersections. So that's just using intelligent data gathering to make the city run smoother and better.
Thank you very much.
Your Worship, just one other little thought is that the protection of privacy legislation within British Columbia is extremely strong, and each new program, each new service requires a great volume of paperwork to determine and prove to the provincial government, to the legislative authorities, that we're not collecting, or if we're collecting any private information like somebody's name and address, it's for a specific use and it's destroyed, or it's handled appropriately and preserved. Any of the work that we've done through the smart sensors on intersections, as an example, is put through that rigorous filter, and as I said, it is not collecting private information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bottwright.
With the subject of budgeting,
Sorry?
budget and money, where's the camera for this? Like that one right there? So, I don't know if you can, you can't zoom in, but there's Schwab and there's his little pin and Bill Gates that they all wear the button, and it's matching the color for color on the circle for Nanaimo. So there is a woman that has a website that talks about Nanaimo, Know Your Nanaimo. I don't know the exact website, but it talks about they're related and they're identical. So how is the color scheme from what Schwab wears in the circle exactly the same as we changed the Nanaimo circle?
So your question is the
there has
circle-
to be a connection.
just so I can understand and everyone can hear. So the question relates to the colors on the O at the Nanaimo sign in Maffeo Sutton Park. Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Manley's anxious to answer this. I'll let him go for it.
Sure. That symbol comes from the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which were established in 1993 by a group of mostly civil society organizations that wanted to make our planet a better place. So when you look up Sustainable Development Goals, they list off things like educating girls, educating women, making sure that we reduce poverty, that we feed people, that we take care of the planet. Google UN Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the World Economic Forum has a great way of taking good ideas and trying to make corporate profits from them. So, of course, they take this image and they find ways for corporations to get together and figure out how they can green the planet and make money doing it. But really, when you look at the basis of that, if you can look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals and tell me which ones you're opposed to, making sure that we eliminate poverty, or that we feed people, or that we educate people, or that we don't deplete the oceans of fish, or that we have biodiversity, we protect biodiversity. Tell me which one of those things you're opposed to, and I'd really like to hear, because they're all about good things.
But adopting the identical symbol that...
It's a symbol. It is the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the World Economic Forum has promoted those goals. And what they do is they take a corporate agenda to that, and corporations look for ways to make the world a better place and make profit while they're doing it. So there's a mix and mingling of the World Economic Forum brings together governments and corporations to work on sustainable goals. That's part of the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether you agree with Klaus Schwab or not, I'm not a fan of Klaus Schwab. I'm not a fan of the way the World Economic Forum works, but I do agree that we need to feed people, we need to educate people, we need to protect biodiversity, and we need to make the world a better place for our children and grandchildren. I don't know if you disagree with that, but I don't.
Are we talking about the budget here?
Thank you.
The money.
That's a very good question, Mr. Manners. Are we talking about the budget? Mr. Bottwright, is there someone on?
Yeah. We're going to spend a few on the web because there are quite a few budget related. I'm worried that our city is operating at a deficit and the large amounts being borrowed concern me. big picture, would you say Nanaimo is in the red or in the black, and by how much?
Well, Councillor Gesselbrock and then Councillor Thorpe.
I think, like legislatively, we have to have a balanced budget every year, so we're always sort of right on, and usually we're somewhat conservative, so we spend a little bit less each year, and there's usually a little bit of a surplus. Just like, you know, an individual that borrows money to build their house or have a house, there's a certain amount that you can afford to pay annually on your interest payments that you can take on as an individual, and the city's the same way. And so what Ms. Mercer was showing us is that cities are allowed to borrow, have a certain amount of annual interest payments that they can take on. And I think it's like $51 million for us. So we could borrow up to, you know, annual payment of $51 million. So we actually only have borrowed up to $7 million in annual interest payments, which we can easily make. And so we actually have a lot more room to take on more debt and still be within our annual budget and pay it off. And sometimes that's a more equitable way to, if you need to build a building, to pay for it, because it spreads the payment of that building not just on the current generation, but for, you know, people down the road that'll be using and come into the community. And so we are in the green, I would say, and have a lot more financial capacity than that we're using. However, we want to be conservative. The economy is shifting. There's a lot of unknowns and risk out there, and we don't want to ever put our situation and our community in a situation where it's going to be in a tight spot. And so that's why we're here to make judicious decisions and work within our means. And that's financially, with the environment, and all manners. But being within our means is a very important value. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Gesselbrock nicely covered most of the important points I think that I was going to make. But the bottom line is that unlike other levels of government, municipal governments are legislatively not allowed to run a deficit. So we cannot be in the red. And it's the work of our finance department to each year examine our budget to figure out how much money we need to run the city, collect the amount of taxes that we will need to cover those costs. But as I say, we are not allowed to go into debt. And our team does an excellent job of judging the amount of money that we need. If there are large new projects that come online that are going to be a big expense, we have a choice. We can fund them through increasing taxes drastically, or we can fund them through long-term borrowing, which has already been mentioned, spreads the payments over a long period of time, perhaps 20 years. We borrow a very small amount compared to many other municipalities. We have a lot of room left in the amount that we are allowed to borrow because, again, we are legislated in terms of how much we are allowed to borrow in comparison to our annual budget. So it's all highly regulated, and certainly I think the city is in excellent financial shape thanks to our good staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, as highlighted, we can take on debt, but it is there's legislative limits to that. That fact, and if you look on your property taxation bill, and this ties in, I think, earlier to a question around, you know, the investments we receive on finance and also our ability to borrow and the interest rates. If you look on your property taxation bill, you'll notice a very, very, very small levy. It's a nominal charge for the Municipal Finance Authority. That is an institution in which Nanaimo and other, not all, but other local jurisdictions in this province are owners of or members of. And that levy plus the financial limits allows us to borrow at rates ultimately that are better than the province or BC Hydro. Our credit rating, because of those two mechanisms, is like quite literally the best in the world. And so that's not just Nanaimo, that's any municipality across British Columbia. Now, you can obviously mismanage your borrowing, your expenses within that framework, but I think the point I'm trying to make here in building off of the great answers from Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Thorpe is that we operate in a legislative and financial framework as British Columbia municipalities and local governments that is rock solid in terms of ensuring that no government can really run in the red. It's just not really possible, and we wouldn't have the credit ratings that we do without that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to take another one from the internet. This is for Mayor and Council. After years of consultations and numerous polls have shown that citizens of Nanaimo overwhelmingly support an expansion of the waterfront walkway, when can we expect to see some physical evidence of this project moving forward?
That's a very good question. Yes, it was the most popular item some years ago in terms of a survey. And there's no question, I think it would be highly desirable. But given why I suspect most of you are here tonight, I will use that as an example of what the AAP process is used for. The waterfront walkway would be a really, really nice thing to have. Really, really nice thing to have. A public works yard that functions is a need to have. A fire hall is a need to have. And that is the difference. Certainly, the city is still continuing to work towards getting the relevant parties, if you will, to agree to the walkway, and that involves Snuneymuxw First Nation, amongst others. It would also be the kind of item that would go to a full referendum, quite possibly in conjunction with an election to keep costs down potentially, or sooner, depending on what council decides is appropriate. But I appreciate the enthusiasm for it. I certainly think it would be a magnificent addition to this city. But, you know, I think I can say this on behalf of council. All of us are conscious that many around this table are fairly comfortable, but we rely on the citizens of this community to provide the funding for all of these projects. And as much as it would be desirable, I'm not sure that we are prepared to engage in the kind of expenditures that many would like, even though, as the questioner has pointed out, this would be a very popular project, but it is a very expensive project, because if it's going to be done right, and the council has endorsed a Green Shores approach, it will require significant expenditures, and as we know, construction costs are rising dramatically still. God forbid we will slip into a recession, which will bring down construction costs, but certainly that is a consideration as well. Have we got any other live questioners in the audience tonight? Sir, do you want to use the mic, please?
Testing.
Mr. Mayor, Council, how's that, better? Right there? Second city council ever for me. With recent developments, this is why I'm here. Couple of notes. Got a lot of people struggling between inflation, interest rates. 6 months ago, friend of a friend, husband's working 3 jobs, the wife's working 2 jobs. 3 kids, mortgage, interest rates went up. Seniors are on fixed incomes. At the 11th hour, we are told 8% over 6.4. That's a 125% increase over what we were coming into. We're already struggling. What, if anything, is the city doing to tighten its belt like we have been? What cuts is the city doing? What cuts are the city doing that we aren't already doing? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Armstrong.
I'll just answer just a couple things too. Just like you, we're facing rising costs. 3 or 4 years ago, we could have built a sidewalk for $300 a meter. It's now between $2,000 and $3,000. So these are huge increases. Like, when we talk about increases to homeowners, we're facing the same increases and sometimes even more. Like, that's a lot of money, $3,000 for about that much sidewalk. So we're not, that part, some of them we're not, but we're getting a lot of people that want those sidewalks built because they're concerned about public safety issues for kids walking to schools where there is no sidewalks. So these are things we have to balance. We're cutting back on projects, we cut back on positions, and there could still be more cuts before the final budget comes in, but we're trying to do that. But just like you are, we're facing huge increased costs. A lot of our projects that were budgeted 2 years ago are now coming in $4 or $5 million over because of cost overruns, which is beyond our control. You know, perhaps Mr. Sims can add more because it's his department that really sees that more than anyone. Thank you.
Your Worship, I think it seems to be a universal problem across the country and across the province, where the materials and supplies that the cities buy is a little different than what we see in the normal cost of inflation and the consumer price index. So we buy a lot of oil and gravel and pipe and asphalt and services, and those are our fixed costs. Those represent our fixed costs. What I would say is that as far as cutting goes, it's always a challenge when you kind of want to try and think about cutting services. We have pressure on one hand for more and more services and more projects, and on the other hand, we have this fiscal constraint. Quite frankly, I would say what happens, as Councillor Armstrong's pointed out, is we can't build as much sidewalk, we can't repair as much sewer pipe, etc., just because the costs. We're trying to keep the costs in a reasonable line, like not double our budget every year. We can't possibly do that, and yes, that's the unit cost increases that we're seeing.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock and then Councillor Brown.
Thanks. No, I appreciate the question. You know, it's like, I've got a mortgage and, on a open interest rate, and interest rates have doubled, the cost of the mortgage, and you go into a grocery store and, you come out with a $150 grocery bill, which was unheard of, 3-4 years ago. And there's a lot of increasing pressures. And I think it's scary when you see the project costs that we have for different infrastructure. We're just like, projects are coming back 20% more expensive than they were, say, 3 years ago. And, if you wait on a project, every month you wait, it's $1 million more in escalation. And it is really difficult times, and I think it's a difficult spot in council to figure out, what we can't afford. And I think projects are slowing down. There's some projects that are just not moving forward as quick, so we're not doing it all at once. Small things, for example, like in the last budget discussion, it was put forward to put some lighting on sports fields that we have in Nanaimo, and not a huge expense, but I think we're feeling the pressure, and council decided not to move that one forward. Another one was public art. We could always use more public art in the community, and there's a lot of spaces that could use a little bit of an improvement, and council, feeling the pressure, decided to not go forward with that. And those are some small examples, and there's other things that we feel that we can't go without. We've got a growing community, and everybody does want access to recreation services because they want to stay fit as they age, and it's a tight balancing act. And I always come back to, when I really think of what I'm paying in taxes per year to have clean drinking water, have my garbage picked up regularly, to make sure that my sewer is being taken care of. It's still a pretty darn good deal for those items. And I think going forward, we need to think about, for our recreation facilities, how much we're willing to pay for that on an annual basis. But ultimately, I think we're still getting a good deal. But I do think with the rising prices, we do need to be more judicious, and we're working on the best that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's an excellent question and should be top of mind for just about everything. The escalated cost of living, in particular housing, is putting a lot of people in rough shape, and obviously the macroeconomic conditions and the increased interest rates have furthered that pressure. So I don't want to diminish that at all, but I will say that I think there's an additional pressure that we're facing, not just us, but others on the West Coast as well, but Nanaimo seen like rapid increase in population. And I just want to highlight that because we've talked a little bit about growth through this budget, but some of our capital projects in the infrastructure, especially when it comes to development cost charges or DCCs, which has been referenced a few times, is built out over a 20-year horizon. Some longer, they just don't make it in that bylaw. And the idea there is that you're anticipating growth, and as that growth happens over that period, you're trying to do a calculation to make sure that the money coming in from development is available for expansion projects, whether that's, you know, twinning a sewer pipe or a water pipe or putting in a new one at a greater capacity. What we found over the recent years is that the amount of growth that is occurring is far exceeding our development cost charges and what we're taking in. Now that money will be made up over time. However, the infrastructure upgrades that are needed are being triggered far earlier than anticipated. So what that results in is some, and all the other things that I think people are well aware of, that's an additional factor that we're really, that's putting a lot of pressure on our budgetary items. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
All right, another one from the internet, and then I did see you there. Yeah, you're next. So this is a general question. Why is it deemed reasonable to increase the city budget by a percentage greater than the inflation rate?
I think I can answer that fairly quickly. The inflation rate for what we buy is higher, I would argue, than the inflation rate for the consumer goods and gasoline and things that most people pay for, substantially more. And the example I often use, you'll recall a few years ago we had a blowout with a water pipe on Bowen Road. The hospital came near to running out of water. That pipe that you saw, the Midtown Water Project, that pipe is $500 a foot, not installed. So that is the simple and short answer as to why, if you think frankly, if you think the inflation rate overall is only 8%, I suspect for consumers it's higher. So the fact that we're going up 8%, you could argue, means we're not spending enough. But that's a question, a much longer topic than we can handle tonight. Councillor Manley and Councillor Brown, keeping in mind that we're anxious to hear questions as well as some answers.
Okay. Well, it's been highlighted. We are the 5th fastest growing community in Canada. We have a long spread out city, which means that the assets that we have, the sewer, the water, the roads, all of those things that need to be maintained are difficult to maintain. The way this city has been designed over time, along the edge of the ocean and along the highways, has meant that it's expensive to deal with asset management. And when we have a large influx of people here that is growing beyond actually the inflation rate, the rate of growth here, that's creating all kinds of strain on our finances and on our infrastructure and on everything else. So that's a key thing to remember, that growth actually costs us money. Maintaining those assets costs money. So that's what I would add.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Just building on what you said, I think it's important also to highlight that we ultimately purchase a slightly different bundle of goods, and there's only so many firms and only so many product suppliers that offer those bundles of goods. So there's slightly less supply in terms of regular consumer goods. But where I think that really matters is when there's like a mass injection of capital that's being spent. And we are seeing, on one hand, it's kind of nice because we're seeing record levels of grants coming from the higher orders of government. But now that unlocks a bunch of projects, their ability to be done at once. And so, therefore, the supply of labor and goods bottlenecks, and that results in price escalations. So it's not always a good thing to have such a huge injection of capital at once, because everybody spends and there's simply not enough labor or supply. And then compound that with COVID restrictions, and it's it's not a recipe for success in terms of lowering the price of products that the city ultimately buys.
Thank you. Ms. Barclay.
Test. Okay, good. Works. Mayor, Council, thank you for this evening and your well thought out presentation. I've seen all your things that you've accomplished and all the things that you hope to accomplish. But I think somewhere I've missed something really important in this budget. I'd like you to tell me about food security for Nanaimo, please.
I'm going to jump in quickly on this. Around the issues of food security, as you know, we purchased a 5-acre site, the last remaining 5-acre site. In terms of food security, in terms of direct spending, I'm going to turn to those councillors who I know are anxious to answer this question. No, I'm not seeing any. Anyone care to jump in? Loaves and fishes, funding loaves, Councillor Thorpe, going to jump in a second. Councillor Gesselbrock, loaves and fishes, our support for them, including the acquisition of property to enable them to build a substantial warehouse that will continue to provide security for folks in the area for food. Councillor Thorpe?
I'd be happy to let Councillor Gesselbrock go first.
All right.
No, I think the mayor and councillors have touched on sort of those key initiatives where we've secured farmland. There's the farm park that we have out off of East Wellington as well. And then, you know, food security, also just access, especially for folks that are in difficult situations, to food is an important component. And, you know, with supporting Loaves and Fishes and their warehouse and distribution center are key initiatives. And I do think it's an issue that does need more energy and focus on. I think that there's a big deficit in general, and I think the regional district in Nanaimo, which a lot of us sit on the board of, has a big role in how do we develop our rural lands and being more productive in food production, and then also how do we support local markets. And we've done a few things with the Bowen Roads Farmers Market as well to increase visibility with signage and support them in the site that they're at Bowen. And so I think these are all smaller things that we can do. And I do think that the community as a whole, we need to put our heads together in terms of larger initiatives, because more work does need to be done in that area. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to quickly approach the question from a different angle. I agree with the comments and the answers that have been given, and I support what we do locally here is important in a relatively small way. But if we want to talk about protection of food supply and food security, we need to look beyond the boundaries of Nanaimo to our island transportation system. When less than 5% of our food is grown on Vancouver Island, we need to ensure that we can get food to the island and move it up and down the island. And that goes to a provincial responsibility of our road system, or dare I say it, a rail system, to be able to move goods and services around the island. And that's well beyond our responsibility. So we do what we can in a small way locally, but it's also a much bigger question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Botwright?
Yeah, one more at the podium.
The website that I was trying to recall is, especially everybody at home that's at your computers, it's NanaimoDoYouKnow.com. NanaimoDoYouKnow.com. If you go there, you will see it talks about the budget, what's being pushed, and in there it shows the link with the documents showing Mayor Krog is a member of the Global Covenant of Mayors founded by the World Economic Forum. Read his pledge. Is it false or is it true? Your pledge will come up, and that's part of the global cities trying to push through electronic surveillance globally by the mayors. So NanaimoDoYouKnow.com. So go there, take a look. Your mayor is on there, a part of a group that's come and
There
develop
is a
from
there is
the
a
World
question in
Economic
there, isn't
Forum?
there? There is a question in here, isn't
Yeah,
there?
is that true? Is that your
That I
pledge
support
that's on
global
there?
surveillance of individuals and
Yeah.
no.
Is
Thank you.
this pledge?
I have never pledged to support the surveillance of anybody in my life. That may be what's on that site. and
This
I don't
pledge
honestly.
says,
I don't honestly
I,
care.
Leonard Krog, the
Excuse
mayor
me.
of the
You've
city of
asked
Nanaimo,
me.
commit to the global covenant of mayors for the climate and energy, joining thousands of other cities and local governments around the world currently engaged in climate leadership. And it is a group that's under the World Economic Forum. So there's a pledge there.
No.
NanaimoDoYouKnow.com.
Thank you. I appreciate you have no question. Maybe we can give the mic to somebody who actually has a question.
Testing.
Testing? All right. Well, good evening again. Now, a lot of problems, no solutions so far. Paul, I like your take on it. Why can't we just privatize everything in Nanaimo, turn it over to the corporations so they can run it like businesses and just, you guys can go on holidays? We won't need a council anymore.
Well, that was certainly interesting. But I'm not going to dignify it with an answer. To be quite candid with you, I'm not prepared to turn over the world to quote-unquote corporations. I believe in civil society and government and democracy, and in a world threatened by autocracy, I'm going to stick to living here in good old Nanaimo, where I'm free to answer questions no matter how silly they may be on occasion, and listen to folks tell me that I'm part of some global network to spy on all of us. My God. Yeah. Please. Do we have a question? Is there something
I
on
got
the line,
lots of
Mr.
questions.
Botright?
I'll proceed with
Thank
some
you.
more. Are there any funds being budgeted for a recreational facility in the North End, i.e. pools or gym? Oliver Woods does not meet all of the requirements of the North End.
Councillor Armstrong's jumped on that
I'll
quickly.
answer that one. Because we've got other parts of the city that have none, such as Chase River. So until we get something built out there, that's one of the reasons. Secondly, it costs a lot of money to run a pool, a lot of water, more staff. So these are all things we have to look at. Like every time we add parks, et cetera, we have to add staff because you got to do maintenance. Every time you add a pool, how many more? We struggle right now to get lifeguards. So could you imagine adding another one that's going to be built but not be used because we don't have the staff or the lifeguards to do it? So these are things people forget about. It's nice to have all these things, but you need staff to support it and you need maintenance. So that's why at this time, in my estimation, there's no consideration to build anything further in the North End.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
No, just building on that, it's good that Nanaimo is so active and there's a huge demand for recreational services, and we just have to work within our means. We could probably build another one in the North End and it'd be used, but it'd be extremely expensive. And I think right now, the South End is where is the most underserved in the entire city, where that's probably the next area that we'd have to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr.
All
Botright.
right. General question. The budget shows $4.1 million for the Loudon Park improvements, up from $1 million in 2019. This is close to the budget for all parks, playgrounds, and stadium upgrades for 2024, and almost double the planned parks renewal projects. Why does the city continue to think this new facility for a small user group is a good idea when the older facilities are in need of upgrades, and is this the reason tax rates are going up?
The Loudon Park project has been on the books, including significant potential support from the Rotary Clubs of Nanaimo for many years. The project is a good example of the increasing construction costs we face. If we don't build a project or start now, every year or two down the road, it's going to cost us more. The scope of the project, the design, the discussion around it has changed significantly over time. And I think that's one way of explaining, if you will, the changes in the numbers. But Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Brown want to answer as well.
No, I think as what you said, that's a good example of the escalation, and I think council has to keep reviewing these projects, and, you know, this project is another one that we're going to be taking another look at, and its scope, and seeing, you know, what makes sense financially and what's within our means. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, then Councillor Perino.
Thanks, Your Worship. Project agnostic, just in general, but speaks to this one, and it was part of the sort of a secondary question on that one. Is typically, you know, directly capital projects don't directly increase the budget. Usually, they come from a variety of funding sources, and sort of general taxation outside of the operations and maintenance is not. Those items usually drive up the budget. Much less do capital projects contribute to that.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say that, you know, we had that phone call about the waterfront walkway, and I can't begin to tell you how important I think that project is, and yet to raise the money for it would be next to impossible. It's the same with the recreation in the north end. It's just so difficult to put any kind of, you know, pools, whatever you want to do. The cost is just endless, and of course our south end is desperate need of a community center. And I'm just looking out at the crowd, and if all of you stay a little longer, you're going to hear a presentation from the Nanaimo Art Gallery. It's an amazing gallery, and it's about 1/10 of the size of what it should be for a city this size. And yet they do incredible work to bring culture and education for people who are interested in the arts. And it's one of those programs that I think, why can't we do more? It's because our budget is so tight. It's just part of what we have to go through on an annual basis. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Mr. Botwright, how are we doing for time?
I thought you were tracking time. If we started at 2:30, I think we have 1:45.
I will take one more question.
Okay. Bill? Oh, actually, do you mind if I ask someone who hasn't asked a question yet, Bill?
Like someone back there.
Yeah.
This gentleman over here. Testing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy Bartlett, and I'm here to talk. You know, I'm here to talk about tonight. So I noticed in the budget and through all the discussions, I didn't see anything about a budget for referendums. Do you have anything in the budget that you run from year to year for such matters, for referendums? And if so, what is that number? And can you also tell me how much, I noticed the circles with all the dividers in them. Can you tell me how much that a referendum would cost each household to run?
Councillor Perino wants to respond, so does Councillor Gesselbrock, and Ms. Mercer will give us a real figure, I'm sure. Thank you.
There are two types of referendum. One, of course, is the open referendum where people come in to vote for a project, or an alternate approval process, better known as an AAP, where people vote against it. An AAP costs approximately, well, it's a little less than $10,000. That's what it costs to put on. A full referendum costs about $250,000. It's quite a bit more money. It's one of the reasons why councils like us, what we try to do is say, is it a need or is it a want? If it's a want, then it's worth spending that $250,000 to go to the public to get them to agree to it. If it's a need for the city, then often many councils, believe me, I've been on council before and we used AAP because it's so much less expensive. But we use an AAP type of referendum because we need it. Not because we want it, but because we need it. So for example, a walkway, a public walkway, would be a full referendum where you get the public to come in and vote for it. Something like our public works yard, which we are in desperate need of, police stations, which we're desperately in need of. That's where you go to an AAP. Hope that explains it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock, sorry, come on, this civility is the rule here.
Just, I think we budgeted 2022 like to $267,000, 2023-24. So last year's budget, $267,000 in case we needed to do a referendum, and I believe that we still have that money. And I'm not sure how much of that it costs to actually run a full referendum, but Ms. Mercer probably has the number there for you.
Thank you. So through your worship, in 2023, we did budget for a referendum, and that was $267,000. And as we haven't used it this year, whatever funds are left there would be carried forward to 2024, and it would be used to fund a referendum if needed in 2024. There would be, because we taxed for it, it was included in the budget for 2023. We don't need to include it again in 2024, but we will carry those funds forward to fund anything if needed.
And do we have a rough idea of how much a referendum would cost and like the per person cost, or I guess you just kind of divide it by now?
I don't have that information, no.
If I can answer this suggestion around per person cost, babies don't vote in Nanaimo. We have 104,000 citizens, so if you want to talk about spreading the cost around, you can divide the 267,000 by 100,000, you'll come up with a number. It makes more sensible to talk about adults and voters in the city, and I can't give you that number. StatsCan probably can. Having said that, thank you everyone for participating in the E-Town Hall tonight. I appreciate it. Council appreciates it. We do now have a presentation, though, as Councillor Perino has pointed out, from Carolyn Holmes, the Executive Director of the Nanaimo Art Gallery, and Louisa Plant, Manager at Nordicity, to provide an update on the proposed Nanaimo Art Gallery. So, please come down to the mic. Ms. Holmes, welcome.
Thank you. Ready?
We're ready.
Great.
Well, I tell you what, if folks are going to leave in any number, just give it 30 seconds so everyone can hear you.
And I'll just have to click it so it gives you the
Folks, if we could please cease the conversation. Ms. Holmes, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us this platform to share with you. I'd like to start by practicing my Halkaminam in the way that Elder Gary Manson has taught me. Yuwain, Nutstli, Sitala, Tasnanemuk, Mustimuk, Hakwishis, Tantamak, Atanaquail. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Nanaimo people whose land we're using today. I'm Carolyn Holmes, Executive Director at Nanaimo Art Gallery. Louisa Plant, my colleague from Nordicity, is joining us via Zoom today. We both presented to Mayor and Council 14 months ago, and this is our update on our future gallery work. I'm going to start by sharing with you some of our post-pandemic highlights, and then Louisa's going to update you on our work that we've done over the last year around the future art gallery. And I'll share with you our next steps and make a request. Over the last 3 years since the pandemic, the gallery's made some major strides. We've increased our core operating funding, we've created a 5-year strategic plan, we've developed new roles and hired new team members. We're working really hard to share our stories with the public through a social media presence and our new interactive website. And we're making the community more aware of the great work we're doing. While many cultural organizations have struggled to regain audiences, we've doubled our pre-pandemic numbers. In the 2022-2023 fiscal year, the gallery served an audience just shy of 22,000. And during the first 7 months of this year, we've already reached 17,320. We developed 12 in-house exhibitions and hosted 3 touring exhibitions since the pandemic. And through those exhibitions, we've exhibited the work of 26 local artists. We developed new programs like our weekly Art Lab Sundays and our weekly Teen Drop-In. Now I'm going to veer away from my notes and numbers to tell you a story about T. I spoke to T's mother a couple of weeks ago, and she told me that while she struggles to get him to go to school, T will always go to the gallery. His mom says the gallery brings out his sunny personality. It's the one place that he can be himself. It's where he connects with others that are similar to him. It's where he's found a safe space and a community. This fall, T and all the other youth in our code program are all attending on full bursaries. This is the important work we do, and we're doing to help create a healthy and vibrant community. And at the same time, we're continuing to prepare for the future Nanaimo Art Gallery. We've secured funding from 3 levels of government for the first 2 years of this work. And now we're moving to the next stage of work, which is fully funded. And I'm going to hand it over to Louisa, who will tell you a bit more.
Great, thank
Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening, thank you for having me with you this evening. Last year, the gallery completed a feasibility study with us at Nordicity and Ardell Architecture. As we reported to Mayor and Council last year, we explored the feasibility of 3 routes: renovating the current gallery building at 150 Commercial Street, constructing a new build on the current site, or a new build at a greenfield site close to the downtown core. The study found that there is strong support for an expanded gallery. There are major challenges with the current building. It's not accessible to people with mobility issues, for example, and there are insufficient climate and humidity controls. It became apparent that renovating the current building, which is a former 1960s bank, isn't viable. For example, it would need new foundations, posts, and shear walls, which would be difficult and expensive to retrofit and would make renovation more costly than a replacement building. The study found that the other 2 routes would be feasible. So for a new build at the existing location, the high-level cost estimate was 21 million, while a new build at a greenfield site was estimated at 19.5 million. And the higher cost at the current site is due to demolition costs. Next slide, please. In our presentation last year, we also outlined our next steps, which were additional engagement with the wider community, engaging with Snuneymuxw First Nation, analysing potential site options, working with the city's real estate team, and planning for a capital campaign strategy to fund the development of the future facility. We did exactly these things, so I will now briefly take you through the outcomes of that work. Nanaimo Art Gallery sought to engage widely with the public about plans for the future gallery, seeking feedback and sharing ideas to shape the vision. In February, the gallery hosted an open house event which attracted 150 people, and it also had a presence at numerous events throughout the summer, including the weekly night markets, Pride, Go by Bike, and it was also present at the Waterfront Mall and Farmers Markets. Over 700 participants took the survey, and nearly 300 responded to all questions, including the optional ones. There was diverse participation, with 18% of people identifying as LGBTQS+, 11% as having a disability, 8% as Indigenous, and 8% as a person of colour. Of complete survey responses, over a third of people said that they visit the gallery every few months, which indicates good engagement. When asked about the top 3 things they like most about the gallery, a third said the downtown location, another third said its support of local artists, and just over a quarter said the gallery's art lab and learning programs. 46% said they would like to see new spaces in a future facility, including more exhibition spaces, rental spaces, and a cafe with an outdoor area. Next slide. Importantly, the project involved engaging with Snuneymuxw First Nation. So the gallery has been building strong relations with Snuneymuxw elders, artists, and other community members for several years now, but previously didn't have a direct relationship with the nation. The team connected directly with the nation's staff, sharing early plans for the future gallery for feedback and to discuss opportunities to work together in realising next steps. Snuneymuxw staff have stated that they're interested in working together, with the future gallery project becoming one of their key special projects. The terms of reference are currently being defined for this working relationship. On the next slide, in parallel to the engagement, we collaborated with the City of Nanaimo's real estate team on site options analysis. So first, we developed criteria for the site. In response to the feasibility study, it includes a downtown location with space for a building of between 18,000 to 25,000 square foot, with parking nearby or on site, and also loading access. We then developed a scoring framework to help rank and differentiate the options. The preferred criteria included technical considerations, ease of site acquisition or preparation, and community impact. The city team long-listed close to 40 sites that meet the mandatory criteria, and our team then shortlist 14 that look particularly promising in terms of preferred criteria too. As mentioned, this project involved planning for a capital campaign as well. Nordicity enlisted fund development specialist Global Philanthropic Canada for this work. They provided recommendations on raising capital for a future facility, including focusing on establishing relationships in the community, particularly with private donors, working towards confirming as many details as possible on the site and proposed facility, and this is because provincial and federal funding will likely be available, but not until there's more details that are known about the project. Developing a case for support to share with potential funders or donors, and lastly, building a significant major gift fundraising program in order to secure private sector funds. I'll now pass back to Carolyn.
Thanks, Louisa. So our next steps are to develop a detailed business plan for the future Nanaimo Art Gallery and to develop a case for support and a test case for a capital campaign. We need to be able to investigate specific sites to move forward, and we need the city to help us secure a stellar site so we complete this next stage of work. A site that can contribute to tourism and economic development, that can transform the downtown, that can attract funding from private donors, and that can help you achieve so many of the priorities that are in the Integrated Action Plan as outlined in our written report. Specifically, Action 133 to expand Nanaimo Art Gallery and create a Class A gallery. This is not a financial ask. We have funding in place to develop a business plan and a case for support. We have set aside restricted funds for provincial and federal resiliency grants, and we have $25,000 in arts infrastructure funding from the BC Arts Council, although the BC Arts Council funding is time sensitive. Also, we have potential for more funding through Canadian Heritage and the BC Art Council for further stages. We're just asking for your support to move forward. Our request is that Council directs city staff to work with us to identify 2 to 3 sites so that we can develop a detailed business plan and a case for support and a test case for a capital campaign. Thank you.
Look, this is not an audience participation event, but thank you for your enthusiasm regardless of what you support or don't support. Ms. Holmes, thank you very much. In order, we have Councillors Hemmons, Perino, and Thorpe.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Ms. Holmes. Really excited about the potential of a new and expanded art gallery. Just going to give folks a second. So I just want to confirm this is not a funding ask. You're asking for staff to go away and work with you to find 2 to 3 sites. So a question through you to our staff. Is this something you need motioned from council?
Thank you, Your Worship. If this is work that council would like staff to allocate time and resources to, then I think a motion would be appropriate.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be willing to move that motion, but after the speakers,
yes.
I do want to ask a question. The art gallery is sometimes positioned as oppositional to local artists, and I'm noting that that's actually not the case. So can you just expand on that a little bit?
Of course, I'd love to. I told you that through our exhibitions in the last 3 years, we've exhibited the work of 26 local artists. Last year, we worked with 150 artists, most of them local. They teach in our Artists in the Schools program in 3 districts. They teach in our programs in Art Lab, gallery, workshops, classes. There are staff. They are in our retail store. So if you come by to our holiday market, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, you'll see so many of them featured there. We also have artists like Amber Morrison-Fox, who's now teaching at the university, but came by with her class on Friday and was proud to tell them this is the gallery that launched her career. Stephen Dennis is with us as the president of Nanaimo Art Council. We work side by side with the Nanaimo Arts Council, trying to figure out this whole infrastructure for supporting local artists so that we're not duplicating services, but we're complementing each other. Our teen programs and the gallery participated in their Nanaimo Art Walk in the last few days. I'm sure many of you enjoyed as much as I did, and we continue to partner in many ways. Of course, we have limited gallery space, but a new facility would give us double the space, and we'd love to have a dedicated space for regional artists.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, Thorpe, Eastern and Manly.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you to Mrs. Holmes. I really want to know why it is that our gallery is not large enough.
Well, we're in a bank building, and so much effort has been done by previous boards and city staff and previous councils to bring us from the facility we had at VIU and to merge them in 2014 and 15 here in a downtown location. We had two spaces, and now we have one. So that's been ideal for our growth and our trajectory. But we are about a quarter the size of most galleries, with a city our size, and we're bursting at the seams. So if you came to our Making Waves, like Councillor Manley did last week, we sold 40 tickets. We thought that was a full house. Somehow we fit in another 25. It was very tight. We also have 75% of our children's classes have waiting lists, and some of our spring break sessions are more than half full. Spring break's a little way away.
I actually went there one time, went back into one of the teaching rooms, and the teenagers were just, it was wonderful to see. So the best thing that we can do to support you now is to ask staff to
help us secure a site, and a site that could be transformational for the city. It's one that could provide opportunities and potential to create some kind of urban design anchor for the community, something that locals could be proud of, but that could also attract tourists.
Great. And I just want to thank you for the presentation. I know a number of your board members are here, and that's great to see as well. Thank you.
Board members, community members, staff.
Way to go. Good, good.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thanks, Ms. Holmes, for being here again. And I used to know the answer to this, but I admit I've forgotten. Can you give us the definition of what is a Class A gallery?
Yes, of course. It's to do with the stability of the climate that we can ensure for our artwork, both the exhibitions that we host and touring exhibitions, but also our small permanent collection. It's mainly to do with temperature and humidity, but it's the stability of that, so there's no fluctuations that would harm the art.
I see. Thank you very much. I was glad to hear your answer about the relationship with local artists and the local art community, because that is a question that I wanted to ask, and it's one that I've wondered about. You mentioned your direct relationship with SFN, but as you look forward to a new location, would you be actively partnering with other local art groups in terms of coexistence or some type of synergy in the building?
Yeah, well, I think all that's open, and maybe will come out in our community engagement through the next stage of the business plan. We know that these are hard times, and we're looking at any opportunities for public and private partnership. And if a facility can meet the needs of more than one group in the community, well, I think that would be a win for all of us.
Right. I would, just in my opinion, say that your gallery is, as much as anything, known for your workshops, your learning labs, and so on, which is great. But, and I'm being honest here, and I mean no offense, the common comment that I hear from visitors is, where are all the pictures? And they expect to go into an art gallery and see walls filled with pictures. And I've heard people compare it to the Art 10 facility in Nanaimo North Mall, which is exactly that, walls filled with pictures. So I hope there is an opportunity to showcase local artists
have more of their work on display, and promote the talent that we have here in our area, as well as bring in visiting exhibitions.
Yes, the next exhibition you'll love. It's on loan from the Vancouver Art Gallery, and it's going to be full of pictures, stories that animate us. But we do only have 4 exhibitions a year. We like to show a variety, and there are galleries like Art 10 that will host local artists, and the Community Arts Council is great for local venues. I told you that we do support local artists, but our job is to bring in artists from further afield and expose the community to other arts. Barney Ellis Perry, one of our board members, was telling me just before we came that he's been talking to a family that's a physician and an anesthesiologist, and their questions were, why should we locate to Victoria, Vancouver, or Nanaimo? Does Nanaimo have an art gallery? Does it have an arts community? Those are things we need to think about too.
Right, and I totally recognize you need more space, so you
Thank
will
you.
have my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Eastmere and then Councillor Manley.
Thank you so much for the presentation. What are your thoughts on an arts center or arts hub that could include a potential theater space? It's really challenging economic times, and I think I'd really be excited to support a multi-use space that could bring together the different facets of our arts and our performing arts community.
Yeah, I realize there's a need and that we support culture and arts throughout the community. So we're totally open to those partnerships. Right now, as a nonprofit organization, we're kind of furthering along the process to see if we can get what we need, but we're open to those kind of partnerships, and I think that counselors at the table can help us make those connections to other groups, and we can see where that goes.
Yeah, thanks, because at the city, we inherently support both the gallery and also, for example, the Port Theatre with city funding. So I think it makes a lot of sense to bring those two together for potential future projects.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. My question was kind of along the same line as Councillor Eastmere. We have a lot of demand for another performance space, 150 to 200 seat. And so I was curious about if you've heard from other members of the community, because we hear from members of the community about that need and about the synergy of maybe having a center, and then also your work with Nanaimo. You've mentioned that you've worked really closely with Nanaimo about maybe having a cultural center that could encompass a partnership with Nanaimo as well. Have you explored some of those options?
Yeah. Both of those things are on the table. I know that the South End Community Center is also exploring a black box space there, so there might be another location, but we're very much open to that. We love to work with Nanaimo. I've met with the consultants that are working on their pre-feasibility study, and if there's a synergy there, I think our organization is very much aligned with their values, and it could be fantastic.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm going to support a motion as well. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Himmons, back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that Council direct staff to work with the Nanaimo Art Gallery to identify 2 to 3 sites for potential new galleries.
Seconded by Councillor Perino. Any discussion?
If I may, I'll just note that there isn't a financial ask here. This is really just the next step in this process to determine if this is what we want to do. Appreciate the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further speakers. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Robertson, we are past the break time, so we'll take the evening break. I suspect staff would like a little break from working. Thank you. And
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in the bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just gonna make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin, by all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately gonna save you from flooding, the road, or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
seat. No motion required. I'm going to ask for a motion for adoption of the consent items, and after it's been moved and seconded, I'll ask which items, if any, council members wish to be pulled. So, a motion to adopt the consent items. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. Any items that council wishes to be pulled? Please, if you could state for the record. Yes. Councillor Eastmere.
I'd like to pull out number 1, please.
Sorry, 1?
Yes.
Traffic calming update.
I'm doing RCMP.
Sorry, 10B, number 1.
RCMP, yeah, I was gonna pull that, but that's. good.
Sorry, it's item 10B. Pardon me, 10B10. 1. 10B1. Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? That's it, thank you. Motion for adoption of the consent items. All those, Councillor Armstrong? All those in favor? We will deal with it separately. It's all right, you can vote for it, everybody. It's just the consent items. Is there anyone opposed? No, thank you. All right, we'll now deal with the item 10B1, the RCMP contract. Councillor Eastmere? You're on.
Just recalling our discussion, there was an option to fund it at 92 or 93%, and the option that we chose at the time was to fund it at 95%. And my preference at this point now would be to fund it at 92%. Thank you.
So, Ms. Robertson?
Council would just simply make a motion then, because these are the item has been pulled, so now the motion to whatever council would choose would go onto the floor, and if that's at 92%, council can make a motion to that effect.
All right.
So I move that we fund it at 92%.
Second.
Councillor Armstrong at 92%. Discussion? Councillor Armstrong?
Thank you. Traditionally, the RCMP contract, and please correct me if I'm wrong, has really never come in higher than 90%. Is that correct?
Through your worship, to Councillor Armstrong. In previous years, but more than 15 years ago, we have had a higher number, but then in the last probably 10 or so years, it's been, we have had around 92%.
So if we drop it to 92%, will that change the budget by a drop in taxes by approximately 0.8%?
That is correct. I will note that if you drop it to 92%, that does drop you down 0.8% in 2024, but it will push up the 2025 property taxes by 0.75 because we bring it back up to 95% in 2020. In 2025.
But we can look at it again then, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons. Ms. Robertson, sorry, you wanted to.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the alternate motion that you might have been referring to did identify as one of the options was 92%, but that was for 2024 and 95% for 2025 to 2028. So just wanted to clarify if that was the particular one you were. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I can support this for the same rationale I provided at committee, as we have a higher tax increase scheduled for next year, and I can't reasonably push more taxes into next year. I also want to confirm with Ms. Mercer, so we run this, we currently have vacancies in our RCMP. If we fill those beyond 92%, we will not have budget for those RCMP members. Is that correct?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hemmons. The budgeted amount wouldn't be sufficient, that's correct. We do have a reserve that we could dip into if surplus was inadequate to cover any shortfall from the RCMP contract.
Thank you, and I can anticipate a similar motion next year to remove this from the budget. So why would we, what's the rationale behind budgeting at 95% if we've never actually met that?
When we do the budget, we always err on the conservative side. 95% has been a conservative approach. And then we leave that to council to see where you are comfortable with how much risk do you want to take on that? As accountants, we're generally risk averse, but, and then we give you options that we feel that are doable, depending on the type of how much risk you want to take on.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to stick with it. Given what we see happening in Surrey, I'm going to cross my fingers that we can fill our vacancies, and so I want it fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, then Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be supporting this. Decisions like this and other ones just push out the pain onto future decision makers. And I appreciate there is a little bit of, with particularly the RCMP contract, with your ability to get a certain amount of staff. But at the end of the day, you have to make up that cost down the line. And every single year I've sat at this table, I've heard, but this year is going to be a tough year. And it's used to justify these types of decisions. And then next year comes and, hey, I don't like the total magnitude here. Let's do some more of that. And essentially just, taking from Peter to pay Paul. And so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to Ms. Mercer. So if we go with 92%, should this vote pass, if we go to 92% this year and we end up going back up to 95% next year because we have the extra RCMP officers that we're anticipating having, does that put us at a deficit? If we, sorry, I should say, if we didn't need the money this year, but we end up needing it next year, basically 2025, would we not be able to cover our costs?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Perino. So if we had a surplus from, say, from 2024, if you had a surplus, staff have been recommending that that goes into the RCMP contract reserve. We know that we have, there's contract negotiations that will settle at some point for RCMP officers. And we will get a big bill for that, and we're trying to build up the reserve so we have enough funds in that to cover any additional bill we're going to get once that contract settles. Having said that, if you budgeted and you had a shortfall in 2025, that reserve could be used to cover any shortfall that you have. If surplus, we always use surplus first,
yes.
And if that is insufficient, then we would dip into the reserve.
Okay. Given the fact that, we did not get all of the RCMP officers that we had hoped to get this year that we need, and we've been telling the public that we were going to get, and no fault of our own, it's just simply the availability of officers. I think the 92% is doable, it's acceptable, it's a safe number to stick with, and we can review it again next year. It'll help to bring down the tax just a bit and make a difference in the long run for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I just have to clarify something that Councillor Himmons said. There's only 10 hard vacancies, that's it. The other vacancies are from illness, maternity, and paternity leave, which probably make up 80% of the vacancy rate. So, yeah, I would say close to that. I know from being here, 13 years that I was stationed here, close to, we never, ever were at 90%. At 90? Never. I mean, if people are more comfortable with 3%, that would take us, down 0.6%? If we went to 93 instead of 92?
If you chose the 93%, it would drop it by 0.53 in 2024.
But I do hear what Ms. Mercer says, because I am very concerned about the contract negotiations, because I see Vancouver PD just settled at 4.5. And so if I was a guessing person, I would be guessing that we'd be looking at 4.5. I'm also concerned about the fact that they may be looking for more members again, because we are about 70 less than Victoria, with a higher crime rate and higher population. So I don't know if Councillor Eastmere would be amenable if we could change it maybe to 93% instead of 92. Just that 0.2% does make a difference. Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a question to Ms. Mercer. When the RCMP unionized, there was an initial pay jump, and what do we have to end up pull out of our reserves? Like that was like last year or a couple years ago?
7 million.
Through your worship to Councillor Gusselbrock, you're testing my memory. I can't remember what, 7? Yeah, I think it was around $7 million that we ended up having an additional payment. E-Division every year gives us an estimate to accrue for in our financial statements. However, that was significantly lower than what we ended up having to pay out. So by having the extra funds in the reserve, we weren't hit as much of an impact as some communities were.
So we drew on our reserves quite a lot in that situation. Yeah, I think like either way, I think it's going to be okay, but I honestly think we're going to get whacked with a big ask when the contract gets renewed, and this is an opportunity where we can put a little bit of money into the reserve so that, you know, 2 years down the line, we're not asking, you know, for a 3% tax increase or whatever in the budget, which nobody's going to be 3% additional onto everything else that nobody's going to be excited about. So I think right now it's probably wise just to stick with the 95%, eat it a little bit so that there's less pain down the road. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe, and then Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just appreciate a little bit of clarification because I heard Councillor Eastmuir's motion, which amounted to option 2 in our original committee discussions, which would be budgeting at 92% for this coming year and then back to 95% for 2025. Councillor Armstrong was suggesting what was option number 1, which was 93% for this coming year and then back to 95%. So we're still debating Councillor Eastmuir's motion. I'm going to support that as I did at committee level. I don't see that this is pushing out pain to the future. This is dealing with just the coming year. And realistically, I don't recall a time when we have needed to budget at 95% for our CMP. The only benefit of that would be to accumulate some money to put into a reserve. I would prefer to save some taxpayers some pain, even if it's a little bit, for this year, and then we re-examine again next year. So I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question through you to staff. What is in the RCMP reserve right now?
If you give me just a moment, I will look that up.
Okay, I just did 3 million? Okay, so yeah, because I just did a quick calculation. $35 million is what our annual operating budget is for the RCMP. 1.4 or 4% raise would be 1.4 million. 4.5% raise is 1.6 million almost. So we're probably covered for what the raise is that went to the Vancouver Police. But I just wanted to check and make sure that we've got enough money in the kitty. Oh yes. How old is the contract? Are we gonna? How much retro pay are we gonna be?
2022.
2022. So we're gonna have 2 years of, or at least a year and a half of retro pay.
Through your worship, the reserve balance is $2,738,433.
Okay. We are close.
And we anticipate putting, at the December 13th Finance and Audit Committee meeting, we'll have the third quarter results and with the estimated surplus, and we anticipate putting some additional funds into that reserve.
Okay.
Thank you. So the motion is 92%. All those in favor, Councillors Armstrong, Eastmuir, Thorpe, and Perino, and those opposed, Councillors Gesselbrock, Councillor Hemmens, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Brown, Councillor Manley. The motion is defeated. Now, in given that it was on as a consent item initially, we'll need a motion to approve it at 95 or whatever other motion council is prepared to make. Would someone be prepared to make another motion?
I will.
Councillor?
If we could move, then it would have been, I think, option 1, which was at 93%.
Seconded. Discussion. We're just haggling over a 0.1 and a 0.2 or a 0.3, so.
Well, it's 0.2%.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor at 93, Councillors Armstrong, Eastmere, Thorpe, and Perino. Opposed? Councillor, pardon me, in favor. Those opposed, Councillors Gesselbrock, Councillor Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Brown, Councillor Manley, defeated.
Put the next one on.
Would someone just move 95 and get it over with, please?
Oh, I'll move 95.
Thank you. Is seconded? Councillor Brown. All those in favor? Councillors Gesselbrock, Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Councillors Brown and Manley. Those opposed, Councillors Armstrong, Eastmere, Thorpe, and Perino. It's 95. Thank you very much, everyone. That was quite the debate. We have no delegations unrelated to agenda items. Under item 12, the first of the reports is the Nanaimo Operations Center Alternative Approval Process. And Mr. Lindsay, you're going to be introducing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I'll certainly introduce the report. Ms. Gurry is also online this evening, as well as Mr. Sims and Ms. Mercer are up here with me. And if there's any specific questions around the project or the financing, we're happy to take those questions. I think as has been covered in the media and council is aware, after the close of the AAP on November 3rd, there was concerns that were raised regarding meeting the procedural requirements for under the legislation for notification. So staff reviewed those and unfortunately did find that we did miss a step when it came to providing notice in the paper. There was a number of steps to engage with the community, but I won't go through those. They're certainly outlined in the report. But what that means is that we're recommending that the initial AAP be set aside, and then if council wishes to proceed with this project, a second AAP will be required. And the motion and the report, Your Worship, outlines the steps that would be required to proceed with that second AAP. The report, there was a number of questions that were raised through this process over the last number of months around AAPs generally, and also around the project. So there's, in addition to a schedule or an attachment to the report that goes over some of the FAQs that we received through this time, there's also some information in the report, and we're happy to answer questions or speak to any of that if required. Your Worship, before I turn it back to you, I just want to apologize to you and to council and to the community, and unfortunately we missed a step, but in order to make sure there's a fair and open process, we will be recommending a second AAP.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lindsay, but as Harry Truman said and had the sign on his desk, the buck stops here. I'm the mayor. Council apologizes to the community for this in terms of the mistake and the fact that we're having to deal with this motion tonight, and so be it. We're sorry. Now, if there are questions for Mr. Lindsay, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Having read the report, have we made any considerations at looking out at mailing the information out to each resident, such as we do when, you know, we're making changes? Has that been looked at? And if so, what would the cost be?
Your Worship, the report does, and maybe Ms. Mercer, or sorry, Ms. Gorey might want to jump in, but the report does outline sort of the steps that were taken in the last AAP. Unless directed otherwise by council, the intent would be to proceed with our normal process of notification.
Thank you. I'll just do some more thinking.
Thank you. If no further questions for Mr. Lindsay right now, we do have a delegation. Sanford Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, come on down, introduce yourself, please, please. Look, folks, this isn't entertainment hour, this is a council meeting. As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm you may have for what we're about to hear.
They're enthusiastic, a bunch.
And you'll have 5 minutes. I'll let you know at 4 minutes when you have a minute left, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me. My name is Sandy Bartlett. I'm an elector in Nanaimo. I reside on Ashley Road. I've been a businessman in this community for over 40 years. I own and operate a law firm. And I'm happy to say that Nanaimo has been my home for many, many years. I've raised a family here, and I'm very enthusiastic about the city and about what you do here every day, even though it looks very boring. So I want to talk about referendums for a minute. I can see that the last referendum that was done in the city of Nanaimo was in 2017. You may correct me if I'm wrong about that, but it appears to me that that was the date the last referendum was done. So there must have been nothing in the last 6 years that piqued the interest of council to do another referendum, I guess. But I understand that there were some AAPs done. I looked at the AAP process with an open mind, and it looks to me like it's a very difficult process for the general public. It might be well understood by lawyers and other people that are familiar with legislation, but I can tell you for someone who's a layperson, they would find it very difficult to understand the AAP process. There's a advertising period where the process starts, and that's the means by which notice is served upon the general public. It's not effective. I never knew about it until my wife brought it to my attention. And like I say, I've been here for a long time. The thing that I want to bring to the council's attention is that, like Councillor Manley's motion is bringing forward, is that the AAP process isn't an inclusive type process. If you don't subscribe to the newspaper that it's advertised in, or read the website of the City of Nanaimo, you simply don't know about it. So if you're trying to reach all the people in Nanaimo, you need to do something different than the last time that you ran this AAP process. You need to deliver notices to each community, everybody in the community. You need to reach the people. Otherwise, you're going to continue to have people that distrust this system. They don't trust this system. I'm just letting you know what the feeling is out there. I can tell you from my perspective, the cost, and I know there was a sum of $267,000 that's been put away for referendum voting. I did the calculations, and there's approximately, according to the city, 80,000 electors in Nanaimo. If you break it down per elector, it's $3.33 per elector to hold a referendum in Nanaimo. Now, if you take the AAP cost, it's $10,000. I believe you. But there's another cost associated with that, because each and every individual person that has to bring the documents back to the city has to spend time, money for gas, or money for stamps and envelopes. It's going to amount to $3 or $4 or $5. So the cost is the same. There is no difference between the cost of an AAP and the cost of a referendum. You're just simply wrong about that. So lastly, I want to say one more thing about borrowing money on behalf of people. I belong to a collegiate system of people that is built on trust. When you're borrowing my money for me, I want to know about it. You've got to ask me if you want to borrow my money. And I will tell you honestly, if it's for something that's
1 minute, Mr. Bartlett.
1 minute left. I'll tell you honestly, if it's worthwhile, in my view, I'll answer yes. If it isn't, in my view, I'll answer no. I've got a quote from Mayor Krogh that he was giving an interview with Chile. And Mayor Krogh, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the quote. Mayor Krogh said, "I can't say that I would support spending over $300,000 to get the answer to a question, which I think for most people, if they understood what was needed and what was happening, would be voting yes anyway." That's taking away my right to vote no. If you think that I'm going to vote yes, why ask me? Well, I'm telling you, I know what's happening. I read the material, and for this particular matter, at this particular time, I would vote no. I would look for a different way to resolve this problem. There must be some less expensive way. You don't need to build a brand new shiny building. If there's some seismic problems, there's some seismic upgrades that could be done, I'm sure. I would ask the council to seriously look into that before they embark on spending this money on phase one and more money on phase 2, 3, and 4.
I've given you more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so I got a little excited there, but I've been waiting all night to be able to say this, and it's almost 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mayor, Council, for allowing me to speak.
Questions for Mr. Bartlett? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you for your presentation. So what I'm hearing from you, feel that there's been, our way of communicating has not been good, number one. Number two, you don't understand the project as well as you would like to. Is that correct?
I don't understand the project. I think it's a significant project, and it's built in phases. I'd like to know more about all of the phases and the total cost that these phases are going to incur. I'm a lawyer. I act for clients that build things in phases, and phase 1 is often the cheapest. Phase 2, 3, and 4 can often exceed all expectations. So I just don't know enough about this project to vote in favor of it. I would vote against it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a difficult decision. I still don't know where I'm going to land. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you recall in the last referendum whether you got a notification in the mail that there was a referendum?
I didn't get a notification in the mail.
Do you recall in the last municipal election whether you got a notification in the mail?
Municipal election?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very aware of a municipal election.
But did you get a notification in the mail that there was an election happening?
I don't know if I got a notice in the mail. I probably did, though.
Yeah. Yeah, approximately 24% of folks turned out for that election. Did you do a tour of the NOC of the operations center, or of the
No.
Because there was an invitation, there was a public invitation. Would you be interested in doing a tour of the operations?
I sure would if somebody could explain to me the costs associated with it. Yeah. I didn't know anything about a tour. I knew nothing about the project. Nothing. Absolutely zero. I didn't know about the AAP process. I knew nothing. So that's how well your system is working in your community.
And during a referendum, how do you vote? What are your opportunities to vote?
What are my opportunities to vote for in a referendum?
Yeah.
I would vote yes or no.
No, but I mean, like, how many opportunities do you get to go out and vote?
None. You haven't had a referendum.
In a referendum, you get 3 different times when you can go out to vote to a specific voting place.
Yes.
So you have to drive to it.
Yes.
You know, can you mail in a ballot for a referendum?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you favor mail-in ballots?
I don't favor mail-in ballots. I favor being notified of a process that I have no notice of.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Himmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Bartlett, thank you. Since you've become aware of the project and the AAP process, have you gone onto the city website and kind of dove into what the Nanaimo Operations Center project looks like? And it's all online. Have you availed yourself of that information?
I have actually gone on the website, and I have done a tour of the website, yes.
Great. So you're now informed, whereas
So,
previously you weren't.
So I'm now informed about what? About what's on the website?
About the scope of the Nanaimo Operations Center project.
I'm informed about what's on the website, yeah. I would still vote no, based on what I see on the website.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Bartlett? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Mr. Bartlett, appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Councillor Eastmere?
My question through you would have been whether there's more comfort if we were to borrow the full amount for the entire project instead of as a phased approach.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Bartlett. Sorry, Councillor Eastmere was a little slow. She's got a question for you. If you're okay with answering it, come down to the mic.
No, I hit the button before you cut off the questions. I wasn't slow on it, but I understand. Yeah, my question to Mr. Bartlett was just whether, if you have concerns about the phased borrowing approach, would you be potentially more comfortable with us borrowing the full amount for the entire project and going to a request for permission from constituents to do that instead?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Then I would know what you're asking me for. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And I think I think one of the concerns that we've heard from people is that there's discomfort with borrowing in a phased approach when we can't tell you exactly how much the project is going to be by the end of the project. And I think when we're dealing with economic factors, it's almost impossible at this point to determine how much a project is going to be by the time we get to the end of it, because as we can all see, I can't even determine what the price of broccoli is going to be week to week. Like, things are just going up so much. So if there's more comfort with borrowing the full amount with a large contingency built in, I'd be interested to hear if you support that.
Yeah, I would definitely, depending upon the amount and depending on the project, I would look at that more favorably. And I'll tell you, in an economic climate that we live in right now, where there's so much uncertainty, to present this type of a project to me that's filled with uncertainty is creating a lot of anxiety for me. And I'm a businessman. I'm well off. I'm not gonna pretend I'm not. But it's creating anxiety for me. I don't know what this is going to cost. I don't think you do. So I would appreciate it if someone would get that number together, put it to the people, let them decide, give them an opportunity to study this. You're working for them. Trust them. Trust what they will do. The good people of Nanaimo will do the right thing.
Thank you.
Referendum.
Question 4. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I think that's all the questions for you. Councillor Himmons, question 4.
Thank you to Ms. Mercer. The phased borrowing, are we looking at doing that? Well, a couple of reasons. So my understanding is that by borrowing in phases, we're going to have a greater understanding of the economic climate so we can have a tighter budget for each phase. And secondly, that if we bundle the whole package together, our debt service limits would be close to the top.
Through your worship to Councillor Hemmons. So when we looked at that chart, when the borrowing got up to near our limit, that was with all of the projects, not just the Nanaimo Operations Center. The other thing to keep in mind is when you have authorization to borrow, that is only good for, you have to do that project and access your borrowing within 5 years. So if you cannot do the project within 5 years and access that borrowing, you have to go back out and access electoral approval again.
Thank you. And then through you to Mr. Sims, is it reasonable to think that we could complete all 4 phases in 5 years?
Your worship, it would be exceedingly difficult to complete all of that in the first 5 years. And I'd just like to note the reason for breaking the project into phases. We had originally anticipated building it in a single fell swoop, but as Councillor Eastmere noted, the uncertainty of cost escalation when we were putting this together was too great for the community, in our opinion, at this point. So we bring what we can get a handle on at $48 million, of which the new facility is about 22, and then there's a bunch of additional costs built into that. But to try and project over a 5 or 6 year life cycle of a project, what the projects costs were going to be 3 or 4 years from now was exceedingly challenging. And knowing the number of projects and the capital commitments that are on the horizon facing council and the community, one big lump would have been overwhelming, we felt, and we would have perhaps precluded doing any of the other projects.
Thank you. And last question, can you provide me with the rationale for starting with phase 1? Why that particular bundle of projects?
Your worship, a number of years ago we did a seismic assessment of a number of city facilities, and the fleet maintenance facility, the garage, which was built in the 60s, is basically ready to crumble if 2 mechanics sneeze. Now I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's certainly not a seismic facility. Coupled with the working conditions that we're putting our mechanics through is pretty rough. We can't fit the fleet vehicles, fire trucks, garbage trucks, and some of the larger pieces of equipment in the bays, so we can get the nose in or we can get the tail in, but that's all we can get in. It's grossly inefficient and not fit for purpose, and that's one of my favorite phrases in any project that we do. It's fit for the purpose of the municipality, fit for the purpose of the community. This particular fleet maintenance facility is not. It's too small, it's too structurally unsound, and it's just not serving our needs anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
I have some comments speaking to the phased approach, but I think maybe I'll save it for a different time to just explain a certain orientation where it fits more into the agenda here.
Sorry, you want to make you're making the motion?
No, not at the moment. No. I'll wait on my comments.
All right. Councillor Armstrong.
Follow up to Councillor Hammond's. How long has this project been on the books for the city? Like, I seem to recall it back even in the 1990s. Is that correct?
Your Worship, it's a little bit beyond my recollection, but you're probably right, Councillor Armstrong. In the mid-2000s, we had a budget set aside for updating the operations, and it was under $10 million at that time, and that was, again, mid-2000s, just 20 years ago. That got used for other priorities in the city, as it should be, and we've been working away at this project, and I think I can speak candidly, Your Worship. The Public Works and the operations staff, Parks operations staff know that this is not a popular project. It's, the community has a hard time seeing value in a Public Works building, but it's really about this is what the entire community relies on, but sight unseen, to be able to function, to be able to make sure that the water keeps flowing, garbage keeps going, fire trucks are running, et cetera, et cetera. So that's, yeah.
Just to follow up too. So I've heard from people, they want to know why we can't do the seismic upgrades. Is it the case that the building is just so bad that it's not economically feasible to do that because it's in risk of failure anyhow?
Worship, it's a good question. Certainly we could do a seismic upgrade, but the building would still not be fit for purpose. It would still be an inefficient building. It would be still too small. It would be still too few bays, and just wouldn't serve. We could put some beams and maybe keep it from falling over, but it's a bare minimum fix.
Do you have a rough idea how much it would cost just for that, or is that, if you can't, that's fine.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley, and then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. My first question is for Ms. Gurry, and I'm just wondering about the requirements for referendums and for the municipal election. During a referendum, I don't recall getting a mailed card to me for the referendum in 2017, and I don't recall getting a mailed card to me during the municipal election. What are the requirements for notification? Is there a requirement for mailing information to voters?
Hi there. Hi, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Manley. My apologies for not being there in person tonight. And thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for introducing this and taking the fault, as you as well, Your Worship. As the corporate officer, I think it was my fault. But I really appreciate you both saying so, and want to apologize myself truly to the public, to everyone, for having to be here again in front of you. So to answer your question, Councillor Manley, no, we do not send out mail cards for elections and or referendums or alternative approval process. There's no legislative requirement to do so, and the difference between why you would receive a voter card for a provincial or federal election is because you have a specific location you have to go to for those provincial federal votes, whereas at a municipal election and or referendum, you can go to any one of the voting locations. So we don't send out the cards to specifically address what voting location you must go to, because you can go to any one of them.
And the difference between an AAP and a referendum in the way people can vote. So in an AAP, people have 30 days to bring the response form to City Hall or to mail it. In a referendum, they have to go to a polling place on one of 3 days, or they can mail in a ballot. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Manley, that's exactly correct. Yeah, it's a minimum 30 days. With the previous Nanaimo Operations Center, it was 37 days, and so it's a minimum 30-day requirement, and you can do any of those things that you suggested.
And so the provincial government, when they say that potentially people could email in a response, but they would still have to require, the city would still have to require the original signature, which means that you could email in a response, but you would still have to mail in your response form or drop it off at City Hall. Is that correct to say?
So the suggestions in the provincial guidelines that say that local governments may allow email balloting, email response forms, does suggest that it be by formal policy, and that the formal policy would include or could include such requirements as a follow-up in the physical copy to the corporate officer.
Thank you. And I have a question for Mr. Sims. Would the city have another open house so people can come to the city works yard and see the infrastructure there? I've heard that the fire chief say this is critical infrastructure. This, in the case of an emergency, if we have an earthquake, we're going to require city workers out to help with broken gas lines, broken water lines, probably buildings that have crumbled. If we have a fire truck that's in the current service bay, and that it's a cinder block building, I understand, that falls in on that fire truck, we'll have a fire truck out of service and workers that need to be rescued. I'm just wondering whether you'd be willing to do another tour for the public. I've seen these facilities. I understand the challenges here for staff and actually inappropriate workplace. In some areas wouldn't pass basic work safe because of concerns, overcrowded, etc. Would you be willing to hold another open house so people could come and see exactly what needs to be done here?
Your Worship, I would like to note that across North America, Public Works is referred to as the fourth emergency responder. So as Councillor Manley's hinted at, there's, Public Works crews are often on the front lines, either cleaning up after our firefighters or supporting RCMP in traffic accidents and so on. But we've considered, of course, better means of communication for helping public understand the project a little bit better, and that's been on our list to open the Public Works yard again and provide those tours for those who are interested.
Thank you. And then I just have one question, if it's okay, to Ms. Mercer. If the AAP fails, and then we go to a referendum and the referendum fails, this being critical infrastructure that we do need to build, if we put this off, how will we raise the money for doing this? Will this have to be through tax increases where we increase, create a specific reserve for this and increase taxes and then build this thing 10 years down the road? And also, what have we heard about the increase, the average increase annually for infrastructure to build?
Through your worship, yes, you would have to have some means of putting money into a reserve to save up to fund the project. If you, for example, if you did this over 10 years, $5 million a year, the first year you would have, and this is based on 1% of taxes now, but you would have, if you put $5 million into a reserve, the first year you would have about a 3.6% increase. And if you escalated that amount each year after would just be the incremental increase. So you wouldn't necessarily see another 3.6% increase unless you doubled it to 10 million, or it's just, say if the first year was 5 million, the next year was 5.5, you would just have that $500,000 increase in the next year. So you wouldn't necessarily see 3.6 every year, but you would definitely have a 3.6% increase in the first year you started putting money away.
And we've heard that costs of infrastructure escalate about 5% every year. So we would actually be doubling, more than that, I think. So we would actually be doubling the amount of taxation in order to create a reserve to pay for this rather than having it as borrowed funds over a 20-year period. Correct?
You would, if you were choosing to raise the funds through taxation, yes. You would have to incrementally increase that each year to cover cost escalation. And you would have an impact in each year that you escalated that amount.
Thanks.
Councillor Brown?
Your Worship, I think we're asking questions that are also debate, that are also something else, and we don't have a motion on the floor. And also, I think asking a lot of questions that had opportunity to ask prior to going out to AAP to get to this point anyways. So I'm just wondering if we are moving a motion tonight or not.
If you'd like to make the motion?
I do not. I never supported the original, so I will not be moving this one.
Would someone care to make the motion? I'll make the motion.
Yeah, no, I'll move the motion. I'm sorry, I'm seeing your speakers list, but I'll
Sorry.
move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Recommended motion, Councillor Armstrong. Discussion on the motion? Councillor Perino?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just I want to say thank you to Mr. Sims for saying that we could have done better with communication, and I think that was an important statement to make, and I think we will do better in the future. Just learning from this process, I think that was very gracious of you to say. I want to say to Mr. Bartlett, I can tell you that no one at this table gets elected to be, to have to go through difficult questions and to go through difficult decisions. That's not the fun part. We want to do referendums for beautiful things to make Nanaimo just that much more beautiful. And I can tell you that for me, this is the last project on the planet that I would like to personally support. But here's the problem. The Public Works Yard was built in the 60s. So it's already close to 70 years old. I mean, it is ridiculous. The population back then was only like less than 20,000 people. We're dealing with a large city now. These kinds of decisions that we're making today for Public Works, everything that they do, we can't live without. It's like Mr. Sims said, we're any problems in the city, it's our Public Works. Anytime there's snow removal or water or whatever, it's the Public Works Yard that gets called. So they need to be able to respond appropriately. And seismic or not, they need to have a building where they can actually do the work that this city needs. So, whether I like it or not, it's not the walkway, it's not the art gallery, it's not the South End Community Center, but it's direly needed. And guess what? Next, it's going to be a police station because it's direly needed. This is a growing city, and this is what we have to do to keep our city strong. We have options, sure. Like Osoyoos is now, I think, and don't quote me because I could be slightly off, but they are facing an issue with an infrastructure issue where they might have to tax their residents 40%. This is crazy. We can take out a 20-year loan and pay this off slowly. Yes, I'm glad it is in phases because, to be honest with you, if the first phase can hold them maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, maybe we can wait for the second phase. Who knows? But I can tell you one thing, if we'd done this project 10 years ago, it would have been half the price. So every time we wait, excuse me, it's my turn, every time we wait, the price escalates. It escalates. And that's what we're trying to stop. We have to get this done. Have we learned a lot? Absolutely. But the truth is, this is one of those difficult decisions that no one at this table wants to make, but we have to make for the betterment of this community. It's not an option anymore. This is when it becomes past due. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate someone coming to present tonight to Mr. Bartlett, but my comments are for council as this is a council motion and we're debating it. my position has been fairly consistent since this was first presented to council. And I know much of the conversation has shifted to AAP versus referendum. To me, actually, I don't think that's the first order concern. The first order concern with any decision, but obviously the stakes increase, you know, the greater the impact it's going to have on the long term. A decision like this does have impact. And I do just want to fundamentally state that there is no doubt in my mind that the Public Works facility is long overdue for redevelopment and improvement, no question. However, when we are making decisions like this with a significant capital expenditure, but also how that the debt servicing costs will translate into annual budgets, there's a burden of proof that needs to be met, in my mind, for making that decision. If the decision requires voter approval, that burden of proof needs to be even higher, because the individuals aren't showing up every Monday. They aren't, you know, digesting this material on a weekly basis like the 9 of us at this table and the staff that work for us. So this project very much could be justified at $160 million. It might not be. I don't know. I just simply don't. I think that staff have probably had their heads in this project for a long time, and they have a level of understanding that I don't feel was communicated to me in order to give me the confidence to make such a decision. So when someone asks me whether I support the project or not, it's very hard for me to say. I just don't have the information. I don't think it's been presented to council, and I'm not going to decide that for any others. I only speak for myself. But I definitely don't think, whether it was through referendum or through AAP, that the project was communicated fully in a way that a member of the public could decide whether they were for it or not. And please, as much as it may feel good, these chambers are about debate and making sure every voice is heard, not just those who show up with the loudest voice. So for those reasons alone, I won't be supporting this. I do think there's an opportunity for us to have a robust conversation, make sure it's well justified, and then present it to the community and ask them to decide whether by AAP or referendum. I think the burden of justifying the project is the same, and to me that standard hasn't been met. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. This project has been presented to council. I think it's been over 2 years, and I remember the largest scope of the project is like $160 million, and I remember when it came to council, I was like, oh, that's a lot of money. You know, we're just getting used to the idea of like how much costs have escalated, but when it came to at $160, I remember the conversation, and council was like, you know, this is a big ask. Can we break it up? Like, what are the most important things that need to get done right away and put into phases, and what's the first priority? And a phase approach came back, and it was like, we need new bays to fix the vehicles that deal with repairing, you know, when there's a water burst and you got Bowen Road flooded, that can go out and respond to that. Public Works is the first responder in a lot of cases, and we don't know when the big earthquake's going to come, but I can tell you, I want to make sure that the Public Works vehicles are one of the first ones there to deal with it when the infrastructure goes down, because we need it. And it's not something I want to delay. So the $160 million full build out, you know what? We're going to get the details as those phases come, but what's important to me is phase 1. And I feel that I've definitely had enough information. I've gone to the Public Works thing. It's despicable, the conditions that the folks are working in there. It's ridiculous. You know, it needs to be dealt with. And we come with phase 1. We're not asking about phase 4. We're asking about phase 1 to deal with this immediate need. And I can see that there is growing mistrust in our public bodies. You can see over the internet, there's this growing sort of like these people making decisions not, you know, based from the community. And I don't know if that's fully justifiable at this municipal level. You know, we're all members of the community. We've been faced with these decisions. We're really trying to lower the costs, and like this is what the phasing first initially came from. Is like, yeah, we can't afford a $160 million build out right away. Let's reduce it down, and that's what we initially did. And I've been getting emails from people that I don't normally hear from. You know, even my stepfather came. It's like, you know, what's the deal with this public works? And it has gone. And I can acknowledge maybe there's a bit of an information gap that people need more information, because I'm sure if you're presented with the same information to me, I'm no smarter than anybody else there in the room. You'd be like, man, can you please get on that? Especially the fact that every month we wait, it's $1 million extra. $1 million is a lot of money. That can go a long way when it's spent. And the more that we wait, the more that we get hosed from it. And so I think that there is a need to get on this, and AAPs are quicker. For me, this is not like a waterfront walkway. It's not like some nice to have. It's like basic infrastructure. And so that seemed to be the means of public engagement that met sort of the need for this. And maybe there's sounds like people disagree with that on me, and I can see, and maybe this is an opportunity, even if it costs us $1 million every extra month, to go out and really inform the community what we're actually dealing with in terms of the needs of our basic infrastructure and the basic knitting of the city, which is sewer, water, fire, the things that we have to do. We need a public works yard. Hasn't been updated since the 1960s, when our population was a lot less. We had a lot less infrastructure. So for me, it's a no-brainer, and I think it'll be a no-brainer for the community. And maybe we do need to just go out there with a bit package up information, a bit clear communication. And if it takes a referendum, I support doing a referendum on this, to be totally honest with you.
And if they're so damn important, then why just wait so long to do it?
I think it'll be a waste of, I think it is a waste of time, and I really don't think that it is really worth it. But if people are really needing that, maybe that's something that we need to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this project is well suited to the AAP process. Municipal governments often get accused of going outside of our knitting. The Operations Center is 110% our knitting. There's nothing else that we do that is more about the city and how we take care of people. On the city website, I asked Mr. Bartlett this kind of tongue-in-cheek, because there's a ton of information on here. The original Public Works building were constructed in the 60s. Much of the additional space that's been added since that time have been using modular temporary facilities to try to reduce costs over time. We use construction trailers, and these are not intended for permanent use. So we have this kind of hobbled together operations center that really is meant to be the core of what we do and how we serve our community. If this were the Len Krogh Center for the Performing Arts, I might be a little bit more skeptical, but this is literally where we service our fire trucks, where we service our dump trucks, where we take care of people when snowstorms hit. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I think this is an appropriate use of AAP.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I'll give you my thoughts on this. I think we're, although there is a specific motion on the floor which we need to speak to, we're dealing with three separate components of the question. And the first one is, do we need a new Nanaimo Operations Center, which I will refer to as a public works yard? And I think we've heard other councillors state very clearly, and I'll back them up, that yes, this is long overdue. This is a very tired, inefficient, unsatisfactory, and ineffective facility for what is a very basic need of our community, to supply public works. That's what the city is all about. It's not sexy, but it's what we rely on to supply basic services, as councillors have said, water, sewer, fire support, and so on. It's a second emergency center for us. It's long overdue. It's badly needed to replace it. So that's where I stand on that. Secondly, how do we fund it? Do we fund it through borrowing, long-term borrowing, which we can pay back gradually over a period of 20 years or more? Or do we whack taxpayers with a huge tax increase for the next several years when we're already looking at a tax increase which a number of people won't find very satisfactory this year? Well, to me, borrowing is the answer. We have a lot of room for borrowing. We have a great credit rating. And by phasing the project we can tackle it in relatively small bites and fund it that way. So that's my answer to that. We borrow. So then, assuming that my reasoning has gotten me this far, we need a new public works yard. It's absolutely crucial. We should fund it by borrowing. Do we need a referendum which will cost over $250,000? Some will say yes, thank you, I hear you. Others will say no. This is, as Councillor Geselbrock said, a no-brainer. And for $12,000, we can hold an AAP process, which is not something we're making up here. This is a provincially allowed process which is commonly used in municipalities for projects like this, which are deemed to be essential and which we assume most citizens would support. Now, I think Council has had full briefings on this project. I think we're really up to speed on it, and I can dig out from my paper files at home the reports that we have received on it. Very fulsome. Could we have done a better job of communicating with the public? Probably we could, as we always could. But we have tried, and there have been open houses, and there is a full set of information on our website. So I think there is some responsibility for citizens, quite frankly, to educate themselves. So I know that won't go down well, but that's how I feel. So my answer to the question that's on the floor and the motion that's on the floor regarding an AAP process to proceed with Phase 1, I totally support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley, then Armstrong, then Brown again.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't say at this moment whether I support Phase 2, 3, or 4 of this project, because I don't know the details of those phases. I haven't looked at them in depth, but I have looked at Phase 1. I do understand Phase 1. I understand the rationale for it and the reason for it and why we need to get it done sooner than later. On the website, it shows you what the numbers are. The actual construction of the building is $22 million. It's not $40 million. There is a contingency already built in for $11 million for cost escalations and contingencies in this whole project, this $48 million. It is borrow up to $48 million. It doesn't mean that that's what we're going to borrow. There's $13.4 million in contingency built into it to deal with cost escalations. And I've seen, misinformation about this, or people that don't understand it because they haven't bothered to look at the website. And we've tried to communicate, and clearly we need to do a better job of communication. And I would invite everybody in the public to come and visit the Public Works Yard when we do an open house, because I think we need to do another open house so people can actually see the working conditions. I'd like to see a fire truck backed into one of these bays and a garbage truck backed into one of these bays so you can see how far they hang out and what kind of conditions people are working under to fix this critical infrastructure. We need firefighters. We need fire trucks. We need our garbage, taken away. And part of a project like this is having service bays that can deal with fire trucks, that can lift a fire truck, that can lift a garbage truck, that can clean out a garbage truck and make sure that what is in that garbage truck does not end up in the storm sewers or the sewer systems, because there's all kinds of garbage in it. So it's a complex project. I don't know if some people have just referred to it as the Public Works Yard, as if this is a place where you park a few vehicles and wash them off with a hose. That is not the case. It's a lot more complex than that. And part of the reason why I have asked staff to come back to discuss this at another GPC is so that the public can tune in and see exactly what is involved with this building that we're proposing, what is involved with this project, what's involved with the fire training tower fuel conversion that is actually a moneymaker for the city, because we are cost effective for the city because we're training firefighters in the community rather than sending them out somewhere else, and we can't continue to burn pallets in there because of what the impact around the community and in the Public Works Yard. There's a lot of things here to discuss. There's a lot to unpack, and I want the public to come out to that public engagement process and see this facility and see what needs to change. Those buildings are older than me, and I'm getting old. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong, then Councillor Brown.
Thank you. This is one that I've been conflicted on. As everybody at council knows, I struggle with AAPs, always have. I've only voted for one in favor before, and that was for the fire hall, because it is a necessity. As well as a duty to the public, we also have a duty to our staff, which means they need to be in safe environments and safe stuff. I do believe it is operational necessity to have that built. I struggle with the communication piece, as we've heard, and I've had that conversation with our CAO and our, as well as Mr. Sims, that maybe we need to do better. I also struggle on how the information got out to the public. I do believe for something as important as an AAP, we should possibly be looking at a mail-in or a mail-out so that people know what's going on, where to go to find that project. And I believe Ms. Gurry had told me that would be roughly about $30,000 to do that process. So again, I'm still waiting to hear more, because I'm very conflicted, because I do know that this building has to be built. And I don't want to raise taxes later. I don't want to end up in a situation like Osoyoos, where they're taxed 40% this year to fix their water treatment because they didn't want it fixed. But you have to have water. Like, we need sewers, we need all that stuff. This isn't like a nice to have. Like, I always vote no to nice to haves, because I believe that has to go to referendum. And for me, when it's an operational necessity, like, I have no problems if this goes to referendum and fails, of being the first one to put a motion forward to raise taxes to get that money to build it, because it has to get built. So I'm going to wait to see what my fellow councillors have, and still struggling with it. Thank you.
I'm noting the hour, everyone. Try and be brief in your comments from the second go-round, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like the approach that Councillor Thorpe did, where he sort of laid out the premises, and I agree with those premises. But I think there's a fallacy introduced a little bit here in the dialogue, and that's to suggest that what we're discussing is if you just showed up on site and looked at these buildings, you would say, "Oh, they need to be replaced." Of course they do. What the conversation is what are the drivers for that replacement? So, how much percentage of floor area needs to be built to a standard of construction that can withstand an earthquake because it's so vital and crucial, it needs to be there? How much is not? What percentage of our trucks and different items that go along with our operations and the repair needs to be built to that standard, and what does not? Because those largely are going to be significant drivers of cost. What road improvements need to be happen? What surface improvements need to be happen? And what are the design choices that are leading to those prices? Are they well justified? These are simply, please. These are what I feel that council and the community, but in particular myself, needs to be able to say, yes. When any member of the community calls me, they might not agree with my answer, but at least I can highlight to them the information that has led to me supporting a decision. That standard has not been met for me. And I will will end with this, and then I won't say any more. Fundamentally, what this boils down to is a risk analysis. What is the risk to the community? What is the vital and crucial infrastructure that we need to protect? For example, Greater Nanaimo Pollution Control, $80 million facility. That's not something that you can just get off the shelf. That's also not something that you can declare a state of emergency and access businesses and expropriate certain materials or machinery, right? Okay, arguably, a lot of our city services and infrastructure on this public work hard don't meet that standard. Atmospheric rivers, forest fires, provincial state of emergency. Okay, did the province have a standing fleet that could respond? Absolutely not. That's why they have declaration powers. So when you put this all into a framework of risk analysis, and then are your design choices justified for the public works yard? They very well could be. I haven't been presented with the information to be able to respond to any member of the public that calls me and say, yes, this is why I made this decision, this is why I stand behind it. Thanks.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks. Through you, I'm wondering, if I think there's an upcoming GPC on this. I think, having the cost drivers outlined, You know, I think that was coming short order, and potentially deferring this decision on the AAP till after that, the information's presented, and then we can go ahead and look at going forward with a bit more review. I'm just putting that out there if that's a possibility.
Sorry, I was.
Sorry, Your Worship, maybe I can jump in and Ms. Mercer will follow up. The question around deferring the decision this evening to a future GPC or further discussion with council. So certainly that's something council could do. We would just highlight, and sort of Ms. Mercer will jump in, the implications for that around the borrowing in 2024, and it has to do with the borrowing windows that we have because the money goes through the regional district. So just speak to what the implications would be if we moved past a January/February AAP.
So the city has 2 opportunities per year to do long-term borrowing, a spring borrowing and a fall borrowing. And the date to have, because borrowing goes through the regional district, we have to have it to the regional district by a certain date in order to meet their deadlines and then meet the MFA deadlines. So if the longer you delay starting a process, the tighter that timeline is for us to make a fall borrowing. And if we don't make the fall borrowing, we would have to wait until the spring of 2025 to borrow.
Okay, thank you. I think just running the risk, you know, without having that information, we go ahead with the AAP. Say, for example, the AAP fails, it's just more delay. We still have a communication deficit, you know, in the community around this project, and you know, that the same risk could be run for a referendum. And I think ultimately, what concerns me is just if those fail, we're still going to be stuck with the reality of the fact, which I'm quite sure of, is that we need to replace this thing, and we'll be in a situation where we're going to have to just really up taxes dramatically. And so I'm just curious if there is a possibility to fit in an information session, get the information on those cost drivers, and then make a decision on how to do an AAP in the most, you know, inclusive fashion possible, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere.
What is the date to defer?
Sorry, Kit, the date to defer, like what's the latest date?
Yeah.
I will have to look at we figured if it went in January, we could make that fall borrowing, but you start delaying it any longer and those dates become very, very tight.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think part of my concern also with this project is that, like, when we toured the Public Works yard, one of the biggest issues that was brought up was staff crowding and the fact that a lot of staff are working in like ATCO trailers essentially. And my concern is phase 1 doesn't even actually address the bulk of the staff crowding issue. So I do understand that we need like maintenance bays for vehicles, but my primary concern honestly is for working conditions of staff. So my question is like, can we proceed with borrowing but still have a chance to rescope the project and maybe rework the phasing approach so that we're actually dealing with the bulk of the staff crowding concerns before we're figuring out whether the vehicles are going to be okay?
Your Worship, I can maybe say a couple of words there. The timing of the report, or laid out in the report, is between January and February 20th for the extent of the AAP process. And we're scheduled to come back to council per the motion to do a deep dive on the project in January, the first GPC in January, I believe. So the process can start, I would suggest, and the detail can come forward. And if councils and the communities absorbs that, then the process continues. That's just a thought, because as Mr. Lindsay highlighted, the risk of delaying essentially means we lose a year.
Thank you. You know, within the context of this rather small community in the face of the planet with 8 billion of us, we're 104,000, but we're the elected leadership of this community. And leadership requires you to do a few things. Firstly, it requires you to listen to the public. But you don't get to listen to the public until you get elected. And you get elected by standing for a platform, by standing for things. And when you're in office, the smart thing to do is to listen to the staff who are hired. In a democratic system, we are representatives of the people. They expect us to make decisions, to absorb information, to pay attention, to listen to expert advice, and then to make decisions. And we're necessary not to defer, not to hide from the public criticism, and with great respect, not to be particularly moved by, and I say this with all respect to each and every one of you who feel passionately sitting in the gallery tonight, not to be moved by the largest crowd that comes out on any given occasion. You are hired to take and make decisions. This project has been on the books for years. The alternate approval process is not some conspiracy theory-driven concept. It is provided for in provincial legislation for very good reason, and it is provided most specifically and generally understood to be provided for those projects which are not the nice tos, but the need tos. This is a need to. This is a need to. I am not going to waver from my position that this is necessary for the public. This is the appropriate decision. With respect to Councillor Brown's comments, this is not a courtroom. I don't have to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the accused is guilty. That's not the standard by which we operate in these chambers. I have seen and heard enough over the last several years from staff who have worked hard to present the necessary information, who've described the working conditions. I appreciate the concerns. The ATCO trailers are grim. You know, maybe we should build the whole thing all at once, but we've been advised wisely to do it a chunk at a time. And certainly the chunk that the staff, at least in the ATCO trailers, have a roof over their head when they're working on the very important equipment that helps deliver the very services that each and every one of us rely on. That's our job, to deliver those services and to ensure that they're delivered. So I have no hesitation in voting in favor of the motion that is before us tonight. I rely also on the comments of Councillors Hemmons and Thorpe, who spoke eloquently earlier. It is time to make a decision on this. It is not time to defer. It is not time to put this off. It is not time to think of some other boring date. It is the time to make the decision that is in the public interest, which we were elected to serve. And serving that public interest does not necessarily mean you do it because you think it's popular. You do it because it's right. And what we are doing tonight by voting in favor of the alternative approval process is the best way to save money for the taxpayers, is the best way to get on with this project, and it's the best way to ensure that in the event of a real disaster, this city and its workers, who will work tirelessly through the next snowstorm or the water main break or whatever, get the kind of facility they deserve and merit and that the public needs in order to ensure that they can deliver those services effectively. So, all those in favor... All those in, Madam, with great respect, this is a council meeting. The motion is in front of us. All those in favor. Councillors Armstrong, Eastmere, Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Perino, Councillor Manley, and those opposed. Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Brown, the motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone, for your lengthy attendance tonight. We are now on to item B, 2024 Council and Committee Key Date Elect Calendar. Is Ms. Gurry introducing this, Mr. Lindsay, or is Ms. Robertson?
Thank you, Worship.
Just a motion.
We'll wait until the gallery clears. Can't stand beats out of it, unfortunately.
This is the tough stuff in leadership.
Yes.
Like, I'm not qualified.
Councillor Perino, you're on the,
Your worship, I wanted to move the motion. It's easy. This is the acting mayor's schedule, and I was just going to move it.
everyone's read the material. Is there a seconder for the motion? It's all right?
We're good. This is pretty easy. We don't need it.
We're on item 2024 Council and Committee Key Date Calendar. It's been moved by Councillor Perino. Is there a seconder? Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? If not, all those in... Sorry, Councillor Hemmons.
Just really quickly, I'm happy to support, but I am going to ask for my colleagues' support in moving my acting mayor role. Again, I've been given August when I always go away. Okay, thank you. I just didn't have time to do it ahead of. Thank you.
Hemmons and Perino have swapped.
Well, let's not formally do that. We'll figure it out in the background.
Ms. Robertson, if I'm not mistaken, do we need a motion for people to switch positions?
That's a good one. Typically, this is worked out in advance if there's an issue, and I think...
And it's legislative dates, by the way. It's not...
It typically goes to the next person unless people want to switch.
It's committee dates.
I'm sorry, Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Hemmons
I'm a
withdrawing.
report ahead of us.
All those in favor of the motion around the key, thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're now on to acting mayor schedule.
I'll move.
So who's not happy?
Well, if I may, I'll move, and I understand last year we did this, we set it down, and then in the background, we can switch around and just let Ledge Services know. So let's do that. I'll move.
Councillor Hemmons is moved. Councillor Perino is seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. The next is item D, amendment to rates and charges for water. Ms. Mercer, do you wish to say something, please?
Thank you. So as per our budget discussions, effective January 1st, 2024, water fees are proposed to increase by 6% or $28 per single family home based on seasonal usage. And that brings the estimated annual cost for a single family home to $506 for the year. 2% of this increase is required to fund long-term asset management plans for the city's water system, and the remaining 4% will fund an annual operating increase. 2023 was the first year of implementing the recommendations from the utility rate review, and there were a couple of tweaks that were needed to appropriately address water charges to triplex and fourplex units. The review recommended treating these as multifamily residential dwellings. However, what staff found is that they are more like single residential dwellings in their usage. So the bylaw has been updated to reflect that single residential dwellings include 4 or less units, and multifamily dwellings are 5+ units. In addition, there were some housekeeping changes that saw updates to the defined terms, as well as updated emergency water billings for water contractors. So that's kind of a brief recap of the changes that were made to the bylaw this year. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Mercer? If not, Councillor Eastmere, please.
Motion that Waterworks Rate and Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7004.21, a bylaw to set the water rates for 2024, pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Councillor Eastmere.
Motion that Waterworks Rate and Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7004.21, pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that Waterworks Rate and Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7004.21, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is amendments to rates and charges for sanitary sewer. Ms. Mercer, anything interesting to tell us here that we haven't read already in the reports?
Nope. There's pretty much a 4% increase or $6 increase for the year. $164 annually for a single-family home. So happy to answer any questions if you have.
Not seeing any. Councillor Eastmere, please.
Motion that sewer regulation and charge amendment bylaw 2023, number 2496.37, a bylaw to set the 2024 rates for sanitary sewer pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Councillor Gesselbrock, yes. Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that sewer regulation and charge amendment bylaw 2023, number 2496.37, pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that sewer regulation and charge amendment bylaw 2023, number 2496.37, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is amendment to rates and charges for municipal solid waste collection. Ms. Mercer, again, anything that isn't in the report?
3.2% increase. As well, the only change to the bylaw really this year was, in addition to the rate, is that staff are recommending an at-cost charge for lost, damaged, or disposed of bins. And the replacement fee may be waived in the event of loss or damage to the cart not due to negligence or is a repeat occurrence.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere, please.
Motion that municipal solid waste collection amendment bylaw 2023, number 7128.15, a bylaw to set the solid waste collection rates for 2024, pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that municipal solid waste collection amendment bylaw 2023, number 7128.15, pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that municipal solid waste collection amendment bylaw 2023, number 7128.15, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is the amendment to user fee subsidies for 2024. Ms. Mercer, again, nothing that we haven't read in the report?
Yeah, just an update to the single family and couple annual income as outlined in the report.
Sensible. Councillor Eastmere.
Motion that user fee subsidies amendment bylaw 2023, number 7095.05, a bylaw to set the 2024 thresholds for user fee subsidies, passed first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that user fee subsidies amendment bylaw 2023, number 7095.05, pass second reading.
Moved, Councillor Eastmere, seconded Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any discussion? Sorry? No? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that user fee subsidies amendment bylaw 2023, number 7095.05, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Amendments to bulk water rates for Southwest Extension. I always get a kick out of this one. Ms. Mercer.
There is a 6-cent increase in the bulk volume rate for the year.
Councillor Eastmere.
Motion that Southwest Bulk Water Rate Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7099.12, a bylaw to set the 2024 bulk water rate for Southwest Extension, passed first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that Southwest Bulk Water Rate Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7099.12, pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Motion that Southwest Bulk Water Rate Amendment Bylaw 2023, number 7099.12, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We're next on to bylaws, and Councillor Eastmere, I think you have to state for the record.
State for the record.
You have to state for the record, please.
Pardon me. I live next to this property, so I have a conflict with this.
Thank you very much. That applies to the next two items. Councillor Hemmens, you're very kindly going to read zoning bylaw amendment to bylaw 202.
Motion to defer.
Oh, God, yes. Well, we still have to
Sorry.
Don't we have to, motion to defer takes precedence, you're right, sorry.
Your Worship, but if I could just speak to that briefly,
Yes.
because we do not have a motion on here, and I know this has been a bit of an ongoing saga of having these bylaws on, and council's been patient with deferring this. You've received recent correspondence from the property owner who would very much like you to proceed with a decision on this. But this afternoon, I did get an email from Tom McCarthy, who's the Deputy Minister with the province, and they're recognizing that the facilitated session between the nation, themselves, and the property owner is continuing, and in fact, they have some dates scheduled for January to proceed with face-to-face negotiation. So based on that, my recommendation is that council again defer these bylaws, and I would suggest a motion that defer until such time that the province has confirmed that their facilitated process has concluded.
I'll move. Oh, sorry.
Moved by Councillor Hemmons, seconded by Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. The next is Land Use Contract Discharge Bylaw 2022 number 7355, which relates, of course.
Same.
Moved to defer, Councillor Armstrong, seconded Councillor Hemmons. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Someone can bring Councillor Eastmere in, please. Councillor Eastmere, we're on to 13C. Facility Development Reserve Fund Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 7217.01.
Motion that Facility Development Reserve Fund Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 7217.01 Housekeeping Amendment be adopted.
Seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is Building Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 7224.06.
Motion that Building Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 7224.06 to implement a certified professional program alignment of professional practice guidelines for retaining walls and minor housekeeping items be adopted.
Seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. And finally, item E, Highway Closure Dedication Removal Bylaw 2023 number 7367.
Motion that Highway Closure and Dedication Removal Bylaw 2023 number 7367 to provide for highway closure and dedication removal of a portion of Melodio Road and portion of Old Victoria Road adjacent to 1044 and 1048 Old Victoria Road be adopted.
Seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We have no notices of motion. Other business. Councillor Manley, notice of motion re policy options for alternative approval process. Councillor Manley.
I shouldn't be in the.
Sorry.
Happy to speak, but
there you go.
There we go. Thank
you,
Your Worship. I move that staff provide a report and recommendations outlining policy options to improve accessibility and increase the ability of electors to engage in the democratic process when the alternative approval process is used for electoral approval.
Second.
And just to speak to it, may not be the best wording for a motion. I would just really like to know what other communities are doing and how they're approaching the alternative approval process. I know some of them allow email submissions. Do they also require signatures, etc.? So I'm just looking for what the best practices are in other communities and how that's worked in other communities. So simply looking for a report and recommendations for staff.
Councillor Gesselbrock? I'm going to support this just out of a sense of unbecoming generosity tonight after a long evening.
I'm sorry, it's a notice, so there's no debate.
No, it's the other business.
This is the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Yes.
yes.
Thank you, I will.
past
We're all
your bedtime.
tired. I've been at it nearly 15 hours. I'm done too. But I must say it is a provincial legislation. There are guidelines, there are information. I've not been overly swayed by the complaints, I say this for the public record, by people who complain that it's a difficulty to download a piece of paper, so to speak, a form off your computer and then actually mail it or deliver it to City Hall. So with respect, as I say, I'm going to vote for it. Now I've inspired Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think, you know, just hearing from the community also, just in turn, I think it's just notice. I think best of times people aren't tracking what's going on and it's difficult. And, you know, my own partner had no clue that there was an AAP process going on. And I think that there are stuff that we can improve. You know, it's tough to get above the noise these days, and we have been using a lot of channels, and there's probably even more that we can do and the expectations out there. So thank you.
Councillor Eastmere.
I think we're also sort of in a different world than we were even a couple of years ago, with social media changing so much, with people not being able to share news links, with algorithms not showing people the city's page and the information that we're posting there. So we can't rely on the same channels to get the information out. Less people are reading the newspaper. And when it comes to downloading a form off the internet and printing it out, a lot of people, A, don't have access to a computer or the internet. It's quite expensive now, or a printer. So I think that's why I'm interested in this motion, just to see if there's other ways that people may be able to get the information.
Thank you. No further discussion. All those in favor? It's all right, Dale. Mr. CAO.
Your Worship, I think the vote passed, that's fine. All I wanted to get was maybe some clarity from council around expectations here. You heard tonight that there's a motion earlier that we're going to move to January, so we'll start with the process of communication out to the community immediately on this upcoming AAP. But if council's intent is to have this report applied to this AAP, I do not see how that timeline is going to work. If the intent is to get the information on how it would apply to future AAPs, then that's fine, but I just want to make sure we have the expectations set appropriately with council.
Councillor Manley is not expecting the miracle of the loaves and fishes before February.
I am not. And I just think that going forward, it would be good to have a look at this. I understand the urgency of this project and the AAP process. And
thank you very much. I think we had the vote. Question period.
I thank you for all your patience tonight. It was a big meeting.
Sorry, it's Mr. Collin.
I'm Frederick Collin, yes.
Yeah.
Hi.
8A1.
Hi. So it's about the budget. I'm just wondering what the city pays going forward each year to pay off this building, perhaps? What do we pay to service the debt annually for this building? And
it finishes in 2027. We've got
the conference center.
3.5 million or something, Ms. Mercer?
Almost 9.
I would have to look that up. I'm drawing a blank on it right now.
Okay. And also the annex, how much we pay for the annex building annually?
The annex is a separate project.
And how much we pay for the new fire hall annually? Like what are these?
It's
so total all wrapped up. The debt earlier on when we mentioned it, the annual servicing is about 7.8 million, and this building is wrapping up in 2027, and I think that it was about 8.9 million that's still owed on this building.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 72 to start, so it's good that we paid it off.
Yes, so we're at 13% of what we're allowed to borrow. So our borrowing rates are actually very low, and most of our debts are coming off the books in the next 5 years.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So we're in good shape.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know when I was at the home show, promoting the AAP, educating people at the home show. I talked to hundreds of people, along with my compadres who are also here tonight. I talked to one person that knew about the AAP. Nobody else had any idea this was going on. So I think there's a real education problem with this AAP process.
With respect to your specific questions, what I'm going to suggest, given the lateness of the hour, Ms. Mercer not having the fat binder in front of her, that you email Ms. Mercer at City Hall. And
okay.
She'll give you specifics around the SARC building as well.
Okay.
Okay. And then we're on to Mr. Manners, 12A.
Thank you.
Mr. Manners, you are patient tonight. I'm getting less so.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bill Manners, Nanaimo. My first question is on 12A. Can the city reduce the cost of Phase 1 of the City Public Works building? I don't know, but I believe it might be gold LEED standard. Can we reduce it to bronze?
Mr. Sims.
Your Worship, this building, the first phase of the building, the garage, the fleet maintenance facility, one of the things I didn't have an opportunity to say tonight, and it would have been perhaps helpful for the crowd to hear, is that we subjected this to a pretty brutal value engineering where we brought in experts from all over the country and went through and reconsidered the entire project and what the function was. And we had two architects on that particular exercise, and both of them said, there's no jewelry on this thing. This is, and I like that word, and it was like these two architects had no affiliation whatsoever with the project. They were just there as their own. There's no jewelry on this thing. This is pretty bare bones. In fact, you might be making it too small. So the point I'm trying to make is that we're not overbuilding. With respect to the LEED Gold, the council has a standing at current policy, a green building policy, to build to a LEED Gold standard. That's an awful lot of work to prove the standard. Over the next few months, we'll be in front of you, we hope, to talk about a revised green building standard. So, anyways, I won't get too deeply into it, but the main focus of the building is to be energy efficient, of course, structurally, safe, and efficient to operate and maintain. So whether that meets a LEED Gold standard, we don't necessarily want to go through the exercise to get a plaque that we can put in a boardroom somewhere. We want to make sure that the facility is fit for purpose and is efficient, and also meets several of the climate action goals that we have within City Plan. So that's sort of a convoluted answer, Mr. Manners. I apologize, but I think that's the gist of it. We're not overbuilding this.
It came through crystal clear.
Two more councillors want to talk. Mr. Manners, you and I understand this language. We're asking the voters to buy a Chev, not a Cadillac. We're asking the voters to buy a Chev, not a Cadillac.
Okay. My next question, and my last question is, when putting this project together, which has been ongoing as far as I can remember, it was 1972 the first time I went there and saw that crappy looking building. And yes, we do have to improve upon it. My question is, when putting this together, especially in the last 6 years, why was it not considered taking it to referendum during the 2022 general municipal election?
It's the council of the day.
2022, that was us.
That was you.
No,
When you got elected.
It would have had to been the previous, because they didn't get sworn in till after, so they couldn't be involved in a referendum because they weren't part of the council.
4 or 5 of you were on the last.
Most of us were there.
Yeah.
Councillor Armstrong.
6 of you were on the last council.
And it is a good question. Mr. Sims, you probably weren't kicking us hard enough. I'm going to blame you.
Your Worship, I think that the project wasn't in a reasonable enough state of maturity to bring a good number forward that we could rely upon to borrow. We're there now.
Thank you, Council, for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Take care.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Councillor Hemmons, seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? God help you if you are. Thank you very much, everyone.